Good evening, lads. Hope you're all doing well on this fine Friday. I know it hasn't been a great week around the world, and that's what we're kind of here to talk about tonight. But before we get going, shout out to all you guys that decided to show up tonight. I know there's a lot of great live streams going on right now. Our good buddy Red Pill Rhino is doing a great stream talking about economy and everything else that's going on in the U.S. and around the world. When it comes to the financial side of things, there's a few things I wanted to add in on that one, but again, that'll be later down the road because there's way more important things going on. Our buddy Ike and his clone are doing a live stream as well. I don't know how he gets both of them on there, but it is what it is. It doesn't break the system, so clones work. He's got to show me how to do that because there's not enough of me to go around. Personally, but few updates. As you mostly know, we've been having a forest fire going on here for a while. It was sort of under control until this evening, and we had a big wind shift. Unfortunately, now we're kind of all in the path, but hopefully our local firefighters and fire crews will be able to at least stop the spread when it comes to the towns and stuff that are in the way now. Fortunately, again, we got it kind of under control on our side of the mountain, and it was rolling over the hill towards the other side, which is not really a populated area. But now that'll flare up and kind of get pushed back in our direction. So sucks, but what do? We'll keep an eye on it. Unfortunately, the winds, when it did shift, it was pretty strong. And again, tonight, guys, I want to give you a fair warning. We're going to show some pretty gruesome stuff. So, yeah, viewer discretion is advised, I guess, because all of this is mostly coming from Twitter. Again, the only platform where you're not really censored on things, and you're not going to find most of the news that we're going to cover in the mainstream media because, of course, it's all hushed or covered up, or in some cases now they're trying to deny things are even happening. But big shout out to all you guys that showed up tonight. Brother Tim, I really like that comment. I really do. And yes, she is the wolf in sheep's clothing, and she has no problems taking the zinc injection, let's face it. I personally admire this woman, okay? Kamala Harris is the first whore to go from the streets to literally running for the highest office in the land, controlling the most people in the world. Cleopatra, all the whores that came before got nothing on this bitch, okay? At least Cleopatra was a royal. Okay, she was a royal before she became queen. So, kudos to her. Personally, maybe we should all vote for her. I don't know. I mean, let's face it. When you can elevate yourself from the streets to the Oval Office, you did okay. You know what I mean? You knew exactly what to do. And again, Twitter's the place to go, man, to find the interviews where people basically call that skank out for what she is. And I'd have to say it was Judge Joe Brown that had probably the best answer for what Kamala Harris really was and how useless she is. So again, I don't think that they won't try to steal your election again by rigging your vote. So yeah, you might want to get ready for that because they may give her the fucking throne, baby. And if her and her new VP pick get it, you're done. You're over. We're gonna build a wall from Cuckafornistan, Canada, just to keep you guys the hell out and keep your problems over there. Everybody needs to build a wall now to keep you guys out. But again, we'll start this off with a little bit of a light touch because we're going to dark places today. And to get this started, I want to basically show a short video from every right wing, conservative YouTuber, gamers, new fucking advertisement platform or group that should sponsor them. Okay? Because these guys are great. You're going to need them. We're going to need them. The world is going to need them to help fix these problems. So, without further ado, my hopeful new sponsor will be a brain. So I'm going to play this for you guys, and then we'll get into the darker stuff.
I used to believe everything I'd see on the news, but that's before I discovered a brain.
A brain is meant for everyday use. Those living with moderate to severe stupidity have seen immediate improvement in common sense with a brain.
I thought the government had my best interests at heart, and then a friend told me about a brain.
Talk to your doctor about what news sources you obey. A brain may also lower your desire to take life-altering advice from celebrities.
Getting lectured about my carbon footprint from people with 3 private jets used to make sense. But thanks to a brain, now I can think for myself every day. When my disregard for 3rd grade biology began to flare up, I knew it was time for a brain.
Do not try a brain if you're allergic to a brain. Common side effects may include accountability, discernment, homeschooling your kids, a better understanding of economics, awareness of the stupidity of socialism, and diarrhea.
For tethering yourself to reality, the only no-brainer is choosing a brain. Ask your doctor if a brain is right for you.
For more information, visit tryabrain.com.
Okay, so that was the new advertisement for this new thing called a brain. Hopefully people will go out and get one. And this year maybe we won't have such a bad thing after the election. But going on, I kind of wanted to share the absolute tragedy that happened today, just a few hours ago, and it was shared to me by our brother Hemi in the Discord. Unfortunately, there's been a terrible plane crash in Brazil, and it does look like from my personal experience and everything I know about aircraft, which is not a whole lot, but from what I do know, this looks like a mid-air stall due to quite possibly pilot error. This aircraft that dropped with 62 people on board and crashed in Brazil came down from quite a distance, quite a decent altitude, and the pilots could not get control of the aircraft. Of course, they haven't released what's happened on the black box yet. Or, again, it could be just pilot error because Indy sent it to Hemi, so perfect. Okay, so Indy, thanks for sending that to Hemi, and Hemi, thanks for sending that to me. It really does look like this was a lot of pilot error. At 17,000 feet, which is where apparently this aircraft had started having issues, the pilot should be able to nosedive that plane, pick up enough speed to regain control and at least glide it down somewhere. Again, we don't know what happened to the actual onboard equipment. There's a lot of backups. So, I mean, flaps failing. You would need, I believe it's 3 different types of electronics and backup power to fail. And you would need the hydraulics to fail on flaps or something of that nature, something pretty serious. And you would need them all to fail at once. But this aircraft came straight down like a rock. And I'll just play the video here, and it's terrible to watch, terrible what's happening. Yeah. that's pretty much all you need to see to know exactly how that ended. Unfortunately, all 72 people were killed on the aircraft. As far as they know, there were no casualties on the ground. Not sure if it was a Boeing aircraft or not, but again, that's something that may come out later to where it was a catastrophic uh, mechanical failures. But again, this has happened many times before where aircraft have stalled, essentially what they call a stall. They just don't have enough speed and then they start to drop. Normally, this, I guess, happens quite often, especially when coming in for a landing. Again, nowhere near the 17,000 feet range. And pilots panic. They may, crank out the engine power or whatever the case may be, and they panic and pull the nose up, which leads to the stall because they're going so slow. They pull all that weight up. Now they've got no drag and they're just dropping. Most pilots are trained to point that nose down to gain speed, even if it means coming very close to the ground. But 17,000 feet ain't close. Now, I imagine that the trip straight down, seemed like an eternity. Apparently, they were free falling for over a minute. Uh, yeah, I would say probably more like 2 minutes at 17,000 feet, maybe 2.5 minutes. It's quite a distance. Pilots that are trained and know what to do, even in a midair stall, like they should be able to kind of get that plane speed under control with the nose pointed down. And it looked like at the end, the nose was starting to point down. But I don't think that kicked in fast enough. They really should have been able to get that thing back in control unless there were absolute, God knows how many catastrophic failures in the systems. But unfortunately, 62 people are still dead. And that's terrible. And it's something we'll have to keep up on. Hopefully they'll come up with some answers, and we'll get an update here pretty soon. Yeah. Moving on. Of course, we know last week we covered what was going on in the UK, and I did mention that they are making arrests on civilians that are out protesting to protect their cities and their country. Now they've escalated that up, of course. There's been over, I believe, 380 arrests of police kicking in people's doors, not just because they went to these pro-Britain protests, but because of now tweets. So if you repost something on Facebook or Twitter, the UK police are now arresting people who are reposting, not even sharing opinions, just reposting something that they don't like to see. Again, the new Nazi party has completely taken over. The mask is off. You know what your government is now. If you're living in a first world country, which all seem to be doing this same importation of a new population and a two-tier criminal system, which the UK has had now for years, because again, they're about 20 years ahead of us in degradation, right? Because they basically came up with the whole melting pot idea. And it doesn't work, right? Integration doesn't work, and they've destroyed their own country, and the elites are now doing whatever they can to hold on to the narrative, hold on to the power. That's why they're now, as of, I believe, 2 days ago, they have arrested a person at their home, tried them, convicted them, and handed down a sentence in 2 days. And he reposted tweet, I believe, or a Facebook post, one or the other. And in 2 days, which would normally take anywhere else months, he's been given, I think, 21 or 22 months in prison for reposting a offensive anti-immigration tweet. It's truly astronomical because, again, they can't stop child murderers. They're out patting them on the back, right? And they expect their local population to support it. It's ridiculous. Again, part of the fall of Rome. So, um, Ezra Levant here from Rebel News, I believe, does a great job tonight on covering this whole thing. And he is speaking with another guy that, again, kind of fell with that Tony Robertson fellow over there, Lucas Fox. And, this is a bit of a long one, so I'm going to speed it up a bit. But Ezra gets a lot of great points across. And again, you get to see the hypocrisy that's in it all. Your government is not on your side. In all of our first world countries, we have imported the third world. Now we are the third world. Why? Because our government officials want to basically be warlords and kings and in everything but name alone. It's no different here in Canada. Over in Toronto right now, of course, we were talking about last week all the people taking a dump anywhere they wanted, which, again, just like the UK, they're trying to say none of this ever happened now, right? So their narrative is not being supported. Therefore, they're saying your narrative, what you saw with your own eyes, what they did, what was reported, none of that happened. None of it. They're saying it's all non-existent. They're just trying to, change the narrative all around. And we're going to see more of that here in like Canada, the US. But again, over on the East Coast, near the Toronto area, apparently the food bank reported today that 91% of the people that went to their food bank just in this past month were non-Canadian citizens. Just like with our welfare system, I mean, hey, we're struggling to pay things here, right? And I mean struggling. I couldn't go and get social services tomorrow. That would be a process that would take forever if I needed to, finally go and pay the bills. Just like what Rhino was talking about tonight here, when it came to so many Americans in the U.S. or a percentage, we're talking like hundreds of millions possibly, are basically not paying their bills anymore because they can't afford it. Because inflation is through the fucking roof. And again, all inflation is created by government. But Brother D-Man did link the PayPal. You can throw in a couple bucks. I highly appreciate it. We'll go to good use. Again, not necessary. But this is what's leading to our degradation of our country, our complete destruction, like Hemi and many other people have repeated constantly. If you import the third world, you become the third world. You don't fix them. They're not culturally enriching you. They haven't enriched their own country, right? Look at where they come from. And tonight my buddy's coming in from Calgary. I didn't mention he's an East Indian, a real one. Went through the immigration process for 10 years. And, is a contributing factor to our society. And he's pissed because now anyone else can walk right in the door. Even people from his home country, which we're going to get into that too, because unfortunately, horrible shit is happening everywhere, including in Bangladesh, where basically it's been overrun by Muslims who have now murdered over 30 people. This was the last count. They've injured thousands. They have abducted a bunch of women and children. literally multiple thousands of women have been raped, and the city is on fire. Their politician has basically fled, and this started on August the 5th, right after we ended the last live stream. But I want to play this here from Rebel News, and we'll get touching on that in a little bit.
Well, when we started Rebel News 9 years ago, we were very focused on Canada. It made sense. We were all Canadians. But at Sun News, previously, I had gotten to know a little bit through interviews Tommy Robinson. It was difficult to reach out to him because I was scared. Everything I could find about the guy online said that he was racist and even anti-Semitic. And that didn't sit well with me. So the very first question I asked him in my first interview back on Sun News was, are you a racist? And I sort of knew he wasn't, but I just thought I'd better check. Well, here we are 10 years later. I know for a fact he's not racist. In fact, first time I ever met the lad, when we hired him at Rebel News, he came in with his best friend since childhood who happened to be black. That's how it is when you're from Luton Town, one of the most racially diverse places in the UK. We've been following Tommy, his crusade against child rape gangs in the UK, how his journalism has brought upon him censorship. And we've covered his last two mega rallies in London. Alex Lavoie represented us on June 1st and July 27th. One of the men who shared the stage with Tommy Robinson is our guest today. His name is Lawrence Fox. He's an actor. He's a journalist. He's a political activist. And I have to say, he could be targeted by the government in the UK for their extreme attempts to stop people from criticizing government policy on many of these issues. Joining us now is Lawrence Fox. Lawrence, great to see you. And thanks for taking the time.
Thanks for having me, Ezra. I think you're right. The Times did a hit piece. Well, it was written by Hope Not Hate. Hate Not Hope is what they should be called. And I think I'm number 2 on the government's hit list at the moment. Yeah,
I believe that because you have a devil may care attitude. I mean, there's something about your style I get a real kick of. I mean, even tiny things like smoking in an interview. By the way, I love it. But I think you're the kind of person that the government would love to arrest because you're a kind of lightning rod and you have rivals and you have people who are mad at you anyway. So if they arrested you, they would get a lot of people who would cheer that. And, you know, you're an indigenous Brit, so you have no race card to play in the game of politically correct poker. And they've arrested you before, haven't they, over COVID matters? Am I right?
They didn't arrest me over COVID. They arrested me over ULEZ, and I think they stopped the investigation. 9 months. They took all of my devices, my kids' devices, everything. They locked me up in a cell for a day, and they just, the police like to intimidate and harass and bully in Britain. Certainly the Met Police. So I'd left London. I didn't feel safe in London, so I've moved to somewhere very far away, which was good.
Just for our Canadian viewers, ULEZ stands for ultra low emission zones, or as they're sometimes called here, 15-minute cities. In the UK, they have all these spy cameras. And you also have people called blade runners who sneak out at night with buzzsaws, hacksaws, and bring them down. It's quite dramatic. Anyhow, Lawrence, I want to talk about the current craziness in the UK. You were there on June 1st and July 27th at these massive, peaceful, patriotic rallies, family rallies, no violence, lots of, I'd call it a festival feeling even, tons of flags. And from that to the darkness we've seen over the last few days, rioting, arson, I really believe you have two-tier policing in the UK. You can almost guarantee that if it is an indigenous Brit who's getting into fisticuffs, he's going to be arrested and there'll be a big press release about it. But if there is a newcomer, if there's a Muslim activists, the Muslim Defense League, police will say, oh, well, we've talked to the community and they're going to manage themselves. I really have never seen such a bifurcation, such a dichotomy in policing. It's almost as if they really do check the color of your skin before they decide what to do with you.
They do. And it's incredibly terrifying, actually, because it's happened so, look, we've all been seeing what's happening across the West as the West, breathes its last breaths. What's that Hemingway line from The Sun Also Rises about going bankrupt that Victor Davis Sampson says all the time? You go bankrupt slowly and then very, very quickly. Mm-hmm. And Britain has gone bankrupt very, very quickly into an authoritarian state, not dissimilar from what Joe Biden did in terms of the US situation. So Keir Starmer presented himself as I'm a very normal guy and everything's normal and don't worry, nothing's going to be too serious. And then the minute he gets into power, he turns into an absolute authoritarian despot straight away. And he's not a man of courage. He's not a man of conviction, but he is a man of the law. He has a long, long history as the head of the Crown Prosecution Service. So we're being run by a lawyer. And America might be run by a lawyer soon if Kamala Harris, or wannabe lawyer if Kamala Harris gets in. It's terrifying. It's the first time I'm being contacted daily by people who are absolutely terrified. And, middle of the road people, because we're policing what people say. And that's a very, very dangerous road to go down.
It's crazy because listen, everyone can use harsh language. It's the police went to extreme lengths over the last 10 months. Whenever they heard Allah Akbar or jihad or globalize the intifada or from the river to the sea, they turned themselves into pretzels saying, no, you have to understand in the right context, that's a peaceful jihad. It means a struggle with themselves. There was no words from the Islamist left that would arouse the police to action for a hate crime and a thought crime. And by the way, I myself don't support thought crimes. I mean, there were enough real crimes being committed. You don't have to go after a verbal crime. But let me give you an example. Here's a lad, he's in his 50s, from the UK jurisdiction of Cleveland. It's not just Cleveland, Ohio. There's a Cleveland in the UK. Their Twitter feed is posting all the people they've arrested. And I don't know how this works, Lawrence. They were only arrested a day or two ago. They've already been tried, convicted, and sentenced. Here in Canada, there would be weeks or months. They would have police document disclosure. They would hire a lawyer, and they would, I've just never heard of these drumhead trials. But this one guy, they jailed him for 26 months, more than 2 years, for shouting at and gesticulating, that means waving your arms at, police. How is that even a crime? There are rape gang members in the UK who have raped dozens of girls hundreds of times who get a quicker sentence than the great gesticulator. I find it shocking.
I do too. It's an attempt by the police and by the Crown Prosecution Service and their regime to look like they're tough on crime. But the problem is the UK prison system is hugely overcrowded anyway. The machete murderer of a young man who was convicted is being released after only 6 months to make space for these gesticulators. And Parliament is sat silent, so Parliament hasn't even been recalled. This is, anyone who, I thought during COVID things were bad, in terms of government overreach. And I thought that the Conservatives didn't in any way try and conserve anything like individual liberty. But these summary trials and convictions and sentences are a sign of what is to come once we open the doors to policing political opinion and policing people's views. And Cleveland police sort of get so thrilled about all this stuff, while the families of the 3 girls massacred last week, which has sparked these current disturbances, they're going to have to wait till January for justice for their daughters, and the 11 maimed by this psychopath. They're going to have to wait till January. So the one thing that keeps a liberal democracy functioning is the idea that the law and justice is blind. And that will be applied equally to all. This foundational cornerstone along with freedom of speech to liberal democracy. And we've just seen it decimated, utterly decimated, in about the shortest period of time ever. And you listen to Keir Starmer's speech. He gave a speech about this, and I was thinking he's going to try and mollify people. He's going to try and bring people back together, but he doubled down. And so there's nothing worse than a weak authoritarian, a cowardly, afraid authoritarian, of which he is one. He'd probably jail me for saying that.
Well, I wish it doesn't happen. I hope it doesn't happen, but I'm sorry to say it. I think they will arrest you. The number of times that from the Prime Minister on down to the head of public prosecutions to Rowley himself, of the Met Police and all other police that I've seen online, it's universal. They're not just going after actual rioters. They went after the great gesticulator. I mean, God forbid you're a mime or you're using sign language. That's a crime now. But you have a big following online.
All right, well, we can leave it at that. I mean, whether you like Ezra or Rebel News, I mean, at least they get to the freaking truth of it. They put their boots on the ground. But yeah, I think Ezra is a bit of a tiny hat guy. At least he's not the government shill just yet. But Brother Rad, how are you tonight, buddy? Thanks for coming on and saying hello.
What's up, Chris? All good, man. I like coming on board and chatting about life. Good. Here's the deal. The pendulum has swung so far to the left, it's going to swing back. And when it swings back, it's going to hit 1 billion times harder than it did 50 years ago.
Absolutely. And again, I have friends that are now, on other continents, essentially living in other places. Like I am going to do a live stream pretty quick here. I was talking to him actually tonight with my buddy who's over in the Philippines. He just moved there 3 months ago, and he literally told me tonight, he's like, dude, I'm happy as can be, right? Like, this is a male dominant society. Men rule the roost over here, and it is okay to be a fucking man. And again, these politicians that are doing the things they do, it all comes back to weakening men first, right? Like, you have to weaken your local population. You have to castrate them in order to get your initiatives, your policies, your laws pushed out there without any resistance, right? Lots of people have spoken about how government becomes tyrannical and how they don't want you outside of their system. They want you to be a part of it, right? And again, when they take control, their goal is to weaken you to the point where you could never resist them on any level. You know what I mean? If you were to go out and carve out a homestead in the middle of nowhere, they would pull a Ruby Ridge on you.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
They will come, put bullets in brains just to take you down so that you're not a bad example to the rest of the population.
Well, at the end of the day, Chris, it's the Wizard of Oz. Behind the curtains is nothing. It's weakness.
Yeah.
So if you look at all of the top leaders today, Trudeau, Biden, well, Biden hasn't run the country for 3.5 years, and Macron. And who's the German gal?
Fuck, I don't know.
You know who I'm talking about. So
I know who you're talking about. I don't remember her name. My God, I'll never forget that face, though. Jesus.
And then you have
Beetlejuice.
you have very weak leaders, and you look at the strong. Russia's a very strong country. They have a history of fighting in bare feet in sub 30-degree weather. They don't care if they die. They will win eventually. They have a 700-year record. They are a strong nation. So is China. We can talk about North Korea, what they do to their people. But at the end of the day, strength will always trump weakness. And wokeness, again, I tell people, my buddies are like, I got lots of conservatives. And I know, and I got a couple friends that are massively liberal. And, but we're cordial. We can discuss, disagree, agree to disagree. But my conservative friends are like, we don't know what's going to happen. This world's coming to a shit show. I go, guess what? The pendulum has swung in the last 25 to 30 years to the left, if not more. It's going to swing back. And when it does, it's going to be an Iron Mike Tyson fist that takes it out. Do you think we're just going to sit back and allow Pete Buttigieg and Justin Trudeau and all these simps? Cory Bush just got voted out in Minnesota. The pendulum is swinging back to strength. Now, what do men have to do? Stay out of the programming.
Absolutely. When we take away our service, right, and literally count service as anything, whether it be even, helping to populate the place, because you aren't going to populate it with just one sex, right? You're never going to populate a country with one sex. Never. We're not interchangeable that way. We don't have birthing pods. We just don't have that technology yet. So you need both sexes, right? We have what has happened and how much it is actually scaring them. Because, again, if it didn't frighten them, if it didn't affect them, and they didn't know that in the long run they were going to lose out on control and power, they would never mention us, right? But red pill, MGTOW, again, whatever label you fall under in the red pill community is on a terrorist fucking watch list. But yet actual terrorists are running around in your fucking street.
Oh, they're in Canada.
We're on our country's terrorist watch list.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that we have. I mean, it's hard to get into Canada. You can't even get into Canada if you have a DUI. I had a buddy, he worked for a Canadian company. He tried to get up there and they rejected him. It was like, but the borders are open. But here's the deal. At the end of the day, I still take solace in the fact that there are more of us strong men that love life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness than those that don't.
Well, and again, it's just because we keep it in check, right? And again, I personally believe that we have kept it in check far too long. It is time to let the monster out, right? But because we've kept it in check for so long, and these people that come from other countries, they don't even have a fucking checklist, right? They don't hold back.
Right.
They don't even understand the concept, and we've seen it through actual fucking like interviews of people from other nations saying they don't understand the concept of how another person feels when they rape them. Don't understand. They can't even, that doesn't factor in at all. Like at all. It's not a factor in them. They don't understand what you're talking about. We here in first world countries, right? We have been in control of our emotions for the most part. We do have, outliers, obviously. We have rapists, we have murderers. Again, even a large majority of them come from other countries initially, right? The usual suspects, but we have them. Every society has a psychopath. But we keep each other in check too. An armed populace is a polite populace, right? Because if you fuck around, you will fucking find out very quickly.
Correct.
Again, that's only where the everyday citizen is either armed or extremely dangerous if they need to be.
Correct.
What we have produced here in the West, in first world countries, including Australia, New Zealand, and stuff, are they're not all completely weak physically, but they're unwilling to dig into that animal aspect that's in them to do violence. And I mean great violence and harm.
Correct.
Because they've been told everything needs to be non-violent, even when going up against people who are violent against you, right? Here in Canada, it's become so bad that you are not allowed legally now. Somebody voted this in to make it the new law. You are not allowed to defend yourself in any way. If you do, you're going to jail.
Right.
How fucked up is that? That's like saying, hey, we're going to put a rope around your neck and we're going to tell you to jump off, and you're going to actually do it and hang yourself. Well, and you're like, okay, I'll vote for that.
Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, I truly believe that strength will overthrow the woke eventually, but it's patience, it's timing. The giant is awakening. That's all I got to say. The giant is either awakening or has been awakened. It's not going to stand anymore. Unfortunately, you know what the biggest problem with the global neocons? The internet. The internet destroyed their initiative, their agenda, because now information is spread. And what they're trying to do is censor everybody. That is their only trick at this point, to censor. So my channel gets canceled, right?
Sorry. To go back to the UK thing, like I said, they've now started making arrests and convicting people and jailing them in 2 days flat for tweets or Facebook posts or shaking their fist at the police. But at the same time, they have other people burning down police cars. But because they're of a certain skin tone and from a different country, they just let them go. Right?
Well, absolutely. So what I'll say is this. So the British came, and in mid 1760s to the early 1770s, they came, and a bunch of MGTOW red pill guys from the Mayflower said, F off. We're taking our country back. A lot of death, a lot of destruction. But in the end, the red pill fought back. Red pill's been around for hundreds of years. I'm going to do a live stream tomorrow on the Mountain Men. The Mountain Men are the modern day MGTOWs. So
absolutely,
we will eventually bring it back. The pendulum will swing back. If it doesn't swing back, new countries will be developed. I mean, we could have a country that's half Canada, half US.
That's very possible.
Right.
What's up, Johnny Midnight?
Hey, how's it going?
Outlaw?
Good
to hear from you, buddies.
brothers?
Hey, Outlaw, what's going on, man?
What's going on, brothers? What's going on, Johnny?
Outlaw and Midnight. Good to see you, brothers.
Good to see you,
bro.
Yeah, no,
It's defeat.
Brad, you're absolutely right. And again, like what's going on in the UK right now is the citizens have finally had enough. But again, they feel like they are underneath a law that didn't work for them. They didn't vote for it, and they don't want it, right? But this, again, government, all they can do is create laws to oppress you. So now they're creating laws that essentially state that if you retweet something we don't like, if you make a post against immigration we don't like, we're going to fucking put you in jail.
Mitchell, you know what my prediction is about what's going to happen over in the UK? I am thinking that just to stick it to the fucking British people, they're going to let that kid walk. They're going to let
the one that stabbed the 3 girls?
Yes, they're going to let that kid fucking walk on some sort of technicality, or they're going to, or he'll get like a weekend in a day spa or something like that.
Yeah, well, without a doubt. I mean, they proved.
Am I crazy like predicting?
No, you're not crazy, because again, they portray him as this 9-year-old young student who's quiet and doesn't say anything and is a straight A student,
even though he turned 18 a week ago, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, he turned 18 or whatever, and he's an absolute fucking thug, right? They never show those pictures. They never show the pictures of him laughing in the courtroom about these 3 dead girls, right? Or the 10 that he wounded.
Mm-hmm.
They don't give a fuck about that. It's not pushing their narrative.
Right.
But again, at least the men in the UK, and again, it doesn't matter what skin color they are. If they are citizens, they are all in it together. They don't fucking see that. They don't see color, but they do see a difference between citizens who dedicate themselves to that country and who have, gone through the channels to become citizens, right, and contribute, and they see the difference between them and the newcomers, right? Just like here, there's a difference between my buddy Caffey, right? Mm-hmm. And here's how close it is. There's a difference between my buddy Caffey and his parents. His parents are trying to use that same fucking corrupt system to get their citizenship here in Canada. Because once they're a Canadian citizen, they're part of the Commonwealth, right? Which means then they can transfer their immigration to Australia, where they want to actually go. Okay. No problem. Because now you're not an Indian citizen, you're a Canadian citizen.
And they're hoping that they get fast tracked.
Yeah.
They are going to get fast tracked. And here's the thing. He's an actor, right?
Okay.
Over in India.
Okay.
And she was a real estate agent who sold her business, and she's quite wealthy, right? Sure. They've done great for themselves. But they don't see any harm in this. And again, you come from a country that's more corrupt than ours. Of course, you don't see any harm in the start of corruption, right? They don't see anything wrong with it. And to be honest with you, I don't blame them for seeing anything wrong with it. But my buddy, who is their son, is looking at what he went through, right, to get his citizenship, which he just got fucking last year, right? And what they're going to get by pulling a few strings and saying a few key words, right?
Right. And they have absolutely no goal of assimilating to, say, Australian culture.
Again, no, not really. But they definitely have no intention of staying in Canada and contributing here. They're retired,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
So they're going to get their Canadian citizenship. They may even fucking pull the whole welfare trick because they can,
Ooh.
right?
Mm-mm.
Start
Okay.
getting paid from our tax dollars,
That's right. Yeah.
and then go to fucking Australia and keep getting paid.
Listen to this, guys. I married a gal whose father was from Calgary, actually Cardston, Alberta. My kids they have Canadian passports and U.S. passports because we got them. I don't have it, but the ex and the kids do. Here's the deal. So, Canada's got the allegiance to Britain. Britain's got the connection to Australia and all the other different areas. So what I want to say is this: Morrissey. I'm a big fan of the Smiths. I grew up in the Smiths. I saw the
Yeah,
Smiths.
me too. Fuck yeah.
Good for you. I saw the Smiths in 1984 on the Queen is Dead tour. I was 12 years old.
So lucky, man.
Morrissey, and I followed the Smiths and Morrissey forever. Morrissey is coming out in the last 5 years. The music establishment is angry at him because he's calling for closed borders.
Yeah, he is.
He's calling for due process, and he's Skittles. I don't know what the hell he is, but he is like an enormous musical icon is saying we cannot let these motherfuckers in. We cannot destroy our culture. He's Irish, but his parents immigrated to England, in his early childhood. But at the end of the day, he's calling for due process, borders, culture, and he's basically anti-woke at this point. Now, he's not anti-woke when it comes to social skittlesness, but he's anti-woke when it comes to
British nationalism.
the most important. Do you know why we have borders? Borders are to protect our culture, language, and society. If we do not have borders, the warlords from the opposing country will come in, kill the men, and fuck our wives, and kill our kids to spread their seed to create a new culture. That is why we have borders.
And that's why I call these invaders that are coming in into America and Canada genetic paratroopers. Yeah. That is the perfect phrase for them. A paratrooper does not need to fall from the sky. They just get behind enemy lines somehow, and they're going to do it through our women's wombs. That's how.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, our government is promoting the idea, right? The propaganda never ends. Every step you fucking take, everything you look at has propaganda in it for multiculturalism. Have you seen an advertisement lately where there was 2 white people in it, or 2 black people, or 2 Asian people? No. They always mix them up.
I like what you said. So last time I went through the border, driving through the border, Blaine, Washington, over to Surrey, 2 cars in front of us were Asian. Went through lickety split. My car, my ex-wife, my kids, all white. Literally 20 minutes at the border. Passports. What are you doing here? Why are you here? Where are you staying? Where are you going? We're going to Whistler.
Yeah. What are you doing, bigot?
I'm a white guy being questioned by a white guy, but the 2 cars in front of me, Chinese, Asian, Korean, I don't know. They went through like nobody's problem.
Again, anybody who is of a different race other than white, right? If they start to even think about fucking like they're going to get detained or extra search or anything like that, first thing out of their mouth, race card. Here you go.
You know what I should
You're
do?
a racist. Are you a bigot?
I should.
Right? And again, it works. And I don't blame them for using it. Now that I'm a trans black woman who's also a lesbian, I use it all the time. You're all bigots.
I should. Right? That's right. I should drive up to the Canadian border so I could get into the checkpoint when the border cop is like, "Oh, so what are you doing? Going to Canada, eh?" And I'd be like, "Well, I'm in the Ku Klux Klan, and I figured I'd go up there and spread some of the word.
Oh man.
you would never get across the
man.
border,
they'd
my
shoot
friend.
me. They'd shoot
Johnny,
Oh,
they would probably nuke your fucking car from orbit. Okay.
Last time I was in Vancouver.
Excuse me.
Vancouver is a beautiful. I love British Columbia. I love Alberta. Canada is a beautiful country. So respect to our Canadian brothers. Lovely, great food, great people. But the last time I was in Vancouver, I was downtown, staying in the Fairmont. I was at a healthcare convention, which is weird because we don't really have them up there because we have two different healthcare systems in the U.S. and Canada. But I did not see one white person. It was all Asian, and it's fine, great. They came from Taiwan or Hong Kong. I did not see. I was like literally one of 20 white people within our hotel, and I stayed at the Fairmont, and which is a nice. That's where the convention was. But I'm telling you what, it is overrun with immigrants, and they don't have to answer. They don't have to answer. But
we don't call it Vancouver for nothing, man. Again, even most of those people, okay, I will give them the credit that they are a dude because even most of them have immigrated here through the proper channels, right?
Right, and that's
Again,
fine. I mean,
like my buddy Caffey, they had to go through the proper channels, and just because things updated, right? That doesn't mean to go out and tell somebody, hey, you've been trying to immigrate here for 5 years, but we've changed the way things work now with immigration and you just get a fucking in. They didn't go tell him that, right?
He had
But
to continue with the process.
Right.
Going,
but if he had canceled his process, went to India, flew back, I'm here as a refugee. Here's your citizenship.
Boom. What the fuck, man?
Did you just hear Chris say he just identified himself as Canadian because he said process? In the U.S., we say process.
I'm in with
my bad.
I'm up.
I am Canadian,
so I say it on and off because I'm like on a border state. So, and I used to live with a Canadian for a couple of years, my ex-girlfriend. So, some of her lingo rubbed off on me, unfortunately. But no offense, Chris.
Yeah, but you're in Wisconsin, so
Yeah.
I mean, Wisconsin doesn't
Johnny,
count, man. Like
Johnny,
we're using that as a nuclear testing site, so you might want to move out of Wisconsin.
I'm fixing on it.
Johnny, did she say? Did you have a shower or take a shower?
Yeah, she said, "Did you have a shower?"
There you go.
Yeah, and then she would say stuff like she wouldn't say mozzarella cheese, she'd say mozzarella, just weird shit like that. And then yeah, she would say a lot after she was Quebecois. So
I had a girlfriend from.
Okay, well, back to the fuck up, all right? French
like
Canadians are not real Canadians.
Yeah, I was gonna say she wasn't real Canadian though, but
yeah.
I had a girlfriend. I had a girlfriend from Manitoba, and sexy as hell. She loved the Grapes of Wrath, and she loved what's the other band that's big? Tragically Hip. And
I remember them.
She loved them. She kept saying, "Did you have a shower today?" I'm like, "No, I take a shower." "You can't take a shower." And then she'd say, "What did you do in grade 6?" I go, "We call it in the U.S. 6th grade. We don't call it grade 6." But she was wonderful. I love Canada. I love Canadians. I've been literally half of Canada, literally from like Michigan West. I've never been to the Toronto East part, but we're close. We're we're blood brothers.
Hey, Rebel, did instead of saying turn on the light, did she say open the light?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
I've never heard that one.
You
open
haven't?
the light.
Yeah, no, my ex
But
would say open the light.
to answer Ronan here, honestly, buddy, in the last 2 years, okay, the immigration laws depend. And again, I tried to immigrate my ex-wife and her 2 kids right here. I was on the phone for like, I think it was 8.5 hours total with just to get the process started and learn what the process was, right?
Mm-hmm.
I spoke to literally dozens of agents who all said the same thing. I would say, here's what I'm looking to do. I'm looking to immigrate my well, at the time, fiance and her 2 kids here. And she would say, yep, no problem. Where are they from? And I would say, the US. I'll pass you off to someone else. After 8.5 hours,
No
and
shit.
God knows how many agents, right? I finally got one to answer me honestly. And she told me, can I give you some advice off the record? And I said, sure. She was like, marry a woman from another country. Because the paperwork and process to go from the US to Canada, because we're white countries and we're neighbors and we're allies, right? Is astronomically hard.
Weird. You would think that
any other country, walk right the fuck in.
You would think that Canada and the US would have like almost like a porous border for the most part. But like,
Right?
okay, Chris, so if you had married a girl from, say, the Philippines, then
No problem.
she'd be
No
in
problem.
that. Okay.
My buddy married one from the Philippines. He's the one I was talking about last year who literally went nuts, right? And I mean that literally. Like, he
Why did
went
she
fucking
drive him
nuts.
fucking crazy?
Yes. Well, she kept taking the kids and running off and kept getting them arrested for fucking domestic abuse.
Oh man.
Right? When he would tell her no, the police would be called and she would just leave with the kid all hours in the fucking night and morning.
That's fucking stupid.
Right?
Good God.
And
Don't
and
trust
he literally ended
Filipinas.
up-
no.
yeah, he went nuts. Yeah, and it's
I work
because
with
he
them.
brought her here, right? When he brought her here and she got into the medical field and got around other women, Western women,
Right.
they basically pointed out, hey, you're here, you have all the fucking power in the world. Just pick up the phone, call the police, and say domestic violence, and you win.
Fuck.
Right?
Yeah.
Again, hopefully, and
So she
Johnny-
rode with that. She milked that
Yeah.
shit. Okay.
the upside to the destruction of our first world countries, right?
Yeah.
Is
Right.
that through the ashes will uprise the phoenix, essentially, because only strength dominates, right? Like Rab was saying, right? Might equals right. Strength will fucking dominate. Men will get their children back. They
Yeah.
will not have their children used as pawns against them, like most of us have, most of us are to this day, right?
We won't have
And
the time for frivolity like that. We
yeah,
have to have our kids
there will be a no fucking tolerance policy. Oh, we're gonna come get your kids because you don't want to get them transgendered. I'm gonna put a fucking bullet in you. That's what's gonna fucking happen. You show up and try that, and I will put you down. And everybody around them will be like, he will help.
I've got a big question for you guys. Don't dox yourself, but how many of you guys live out in the middle of nowhere?
Well, I mean, my area is just the outskirts of small towns. It's
Okay.
kind of the middle of nowhere, but not really in the middle of
I
nowhere.
was just wondering, how prevalent is this mass immigration?
Mentality?
I'm not. No, this
Dude,
mass
no,
immigration. I'm not seeing it yet.
Okay. Again, every gas station, every restaurant is owned by someone non-white.
Okay, not where I'm
Every
at.
one of
Yet.
them.
Not yet. Not
Yeah,
yet.
no, every one of them. Even our little gas station out here is owned by an East Indian conglomerate that owns gas stations all over BC.
Okay.
Yeah, the West Coast is like that. They own the hotels and the gas stations. Absolutely.
All the restaurants, like all the McDonald's, the Burger Kings, the
Really?
Arby's, all
Okay.
that,
Like,
every
I-
fucking one of them.
I live like a half hour from Mickey D's, and I actually was there a couple of days ago. It says totally white. What about you, Outlaw? Aren't you sort of out in the sticks, or no?
I'm very, very close to a big river that runs through the state, but I'm still kind of in like a small town suburb area that, honestly, I really live too close. to a city.
Okay. So you do kind of live closer to a city. All right.
I could afford to get further away. Yeah, let's just put it that way.
Well, on that note, guys, like, again, we've all spoken with a couple of people who lived in East India. I mean, we had Unwanted Contriver. We've all probably spoken to Unwanted Contriver. I haven't spoken to him recently, which is kind of shitty because I do like the guy. I love him to death.
Yeah.
But he has mentioned even how things are in East India, right? And how the same problems that we have here in the Western world when it comes to our children, our divorce courts, and things like that, that is ramped up to 11 or 12 over there, right?
Okay.
And again, the woke culture infected them, the corruption in their government infected them.
Yeah.
And again, just on the 5th here, after we were done the last live stream, shit went through the fucking roof, right? Right out of control. And now Muslims are essentially murdering their way through one of the capitals, right? And again, these people are disarmed, right? The only thing you're allowed over there is a shotgun. But you can have it whatever length you want, but you can have a shotgun, and not anything repeating. Double barrel or single barrel fucking shotgun, 1-2 shots at a time. That's it.
God,
Right?
it's almost like being on probation here in the States. It's
Exactly. But I mean, again,
that's all you get.
yeah, that's what they have over there, right? And unfortunately, this past week, Muslim terrorists,
And this
which
was
were
in
there
India.
as students
In India.
yes,
Okay.
in oh Jesus, what was the capital again? The one capital
New
here?
Delhi. New Delhi.
No, I don't think it was New Delhi.
Calcutta.
Was it?
Calcutta.
Bangladesh. No, Bangladesh.
Okay, now
Bangladesh.
Bangladesh used to be part of the Raj, but it's its own country now. But still, either
Well,
way, I mean, it's Indian.
They're East Indian. They're
Yes,
Indies, right?
Yep.
They're Hindus.
Right.
Whatever.
Desis,
Peaceful
whatever.
people.
Yes.
Mostly peaceful people. I again, they've never done any wrong to me, right?
I want to bring something up, guys. I've been to post-divorce. I've been to 7 countries. Guatemala. When somebody thinks about Guatemala, they think massive poverties, plywood shacks, beggars in the streets. I went through half of the country. There are women in Guatemala. The women I saw, and there's transformers, by the way. They use their phones just like Western women.
Oh yeah.
And I don't want to take the thunder from Chris's channel, or video. But what I'm saying is this: it doesn't matter where you go. Female nature continues to be as such.
Yeah, just like
Even
our
in-
yeah.
Even in Guatemala, and there's beautiful women in Guatemala, by the way. But the reality is this: they still seek attention. And men,
Oh, of course.
men, you know what? We're all on the same channels. We're all friends. We could all hang out literally for the rest of our lives and never have to entertain women. But here's the deal. There's one thing that's common. Women will always be women. Men will always be men. Strong will always overthrow the weak. And it's just a matter of time.
Yep. And again, guys, this is where we're going to get into the gories. So we're going to share a video here from Twitter of what's going on over in India right now. And
Here
some
we
of them
go.
are public executions, brutalization. I didn't want to play a sound because none of us can understand anyway, but they are literally burning this fucking city to the ground and taking its people with them.
Okay, so wait, Muslims are actually from Bangladesh, but they are
Pakistan, or sorry, they are from Palestine. These are Palestinian students.
Refugees, no shit.
Students.
And they're
referred
just
to as
chopping people's
students.
heads off and crap, right?
They are beating people to death. They are abducting children. They are massacring children. They are massacring fucking everybody.
What is the local Bangladeshi populace doing in response to this shit? Are they fighting back?
They're trying, but they're unarmed. Their government has abandoned them. The mayor or the prime minister literally fled. She fled.
Well,
yeah, they might nuke the stream. That's fine. If they nuke it, they nuke it. But yeah, they have the government has fled. So they've
shit.
abandoned the people because they were outnumbered and outgunned and outviolenced. They fucking left. The prime minister literally ran off at like 2 a.m. their time. Just took off.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of I guess it was 1975 when the Khmer Rouge just walked right through the streets of Cambodia, over the whole fucking country. And I mean, it was a kingdom back then. You know, it was a monarchy. And these people in fucking black pajamas, funded by the Chinese, got some weapons and just said, everybody get the fuck out. You're all going into these rice paddies. And we're going to kill everybody who wears glasses because you're smart. You know what I mean? It's...
Here they are burning down the temples and the apartment buildings with
Holy
people trapped
shit.
inside.
Oh, but we can't do anything to mosques.
No.
How
If you
dare
again in Canada, right? I believe we're up to like 36 churches, Christian churches that have been burnt down.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm not fucking kidding you. And if you so much as write graffiti on the mosque, it literally makes every newspaper, every news channel, doesn't matter how small the fucking town is, where it is. If you write it on a mosque, you're fucking gonna get on blast. Okay?
Oh boy.
But here they are murdering people, brutally torturing and murdering children, raping people.
Oh yeah.
Freely. There is no one to stop them. And again, you're talking about people that don't have a restraint on violence, right? They don't have any control over the monster that's inside every man. We all have one.
Sure.
But we don't feed it anymore. And it's a fucking weak fucking animal starving to death in the corner, right? Because we have been castrated. Fucking castrated. And again, this is not a first world country. It's not a white country. So again...
No, I'm glad that you're showing it. Right, I'm glad you're showing this.
But the same results, the same results happen no matter where you look. When you look at places where government has disarmed and weakened the population, they've controlled the men through fucking propaganda, through law, their children, whatever the case may be. This is the result now. This is it. Coming to a town near you soon. This, if it isn't already there.
Let me interject. Chris, you just said the most amazing thing. There is a monster within every man. Do you know how profound that is? The fact that there is something of a monster is strong. Let's be real, right? A monster is strong and dangerous and scary. But there is a monster in all of us. And if it's, positioned for good, things will happen. At the end of the day, so let's go back to the Moors. The Moors are the modern day, we could say, Mesopotamians, not Mesoamericans, Mesopotamians, Iraq, all that, Iranians and so forth. Those guys, if you understand who the Moors are, those guys are, there are streets in Portland called Kilmore. There are streets all over the U.S. and Canada called Kilmore. In Mexico, Venezuela, Colombia, Guatemala, Honduras that I've been, there are streets called Matamoros, which is Kilmore. They did not like the Moors in the whole world. And those fuckers took over the borders and everything and unleashed their monsters. So it's unfortunate that these religious institutions are being born. I don't care about Muslims. If they want to have their religion, great. Just don't be telling me I got to follow Sharia law.
Yeah,
right?
Don't impose it on us, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, we're not talking old school Muslim here. We're talking new age Muslims, right? Where it's convert or die, conquer everything, and do what you can to take it. Well, they've used our weakened position.
Correct.
They've used the buzzwords like racist, right? And they've now weaponized that against us while murdering our children in the streets. And we, and our government, right? We call them our government, but they're not ours. They're somebody else's, right? They are promoting the whole fucking thing, right? Again, we saw this here is the greatest example of politicians being as weak as they are, like was said earlier, right? Like our politicians are not leaders, they're fucking weak goddamn individuals that get paid to be told what to do against you. What happened here that same night that all these events took place and started up? Their politicians, their police, fucking gone. Gone. Well, now who's left defending the people? Oh, wait, it comes down to the people. So again, you are your only line of defense, really. Your government's here to play cleanup. That's it.
I wonder, like, okay, Bangladesh is a smaller country, so I think it's a lot easier for this invasion force to mobilize and act, whereas you have the U.S. and Canada, which is not just geographically bigger, but also has a larger population, well, especially the U.S. I wonder how long it's going to be before all these quote unquote migrants are going to, like, sleeper cells start, cutting our. I think the first phase is they're gonna break into your house and slit your throat in your sleep. And
hey, Canada just let in 2 fucking ISIS terrorists.
I heard about that
and gave them full citizenship.
Yep, I know.
They only caught them because they were badly planning out a terrorist attack after doing their own thing over in their home country.
But had they planned it out well, exactly, yeah.
Again, these are the 2 that they know have a history. What about the ones that they've radicalized, have no history, but they were still let in?
Mm-hmm.
And again, they're let in a populace. Essentially, they are armed killers put into a pen of disarmed sheep.
It's a Trojan horse.
That's what we are.
It's an ancient tactic of the Trojan horse. That's what,
There's nothing left in the playbook anymore that hasn't been designated over the last 2,000 years.
Right.
Think about it. And the fact that the internet, I like Alex Jones. He's a little wacko, but I like the fact that him and David Icke and people that are exposing Martin Armstrong, Greg from USA Watchdog, but they're exposing the playbook of the globalists. The globalists really don't have much left in their arsenal. That's why crypto has been so and crypto is its own world in itself in terms of conspiracy and so forth. But at the end of the day, here's the deal. My whole message, and I'm going to cut it off here, Chris, because I got to get back to bed, get up and ride my bike. But here's the deal. We as men are spending our Friday night chatting about making our lives better. We're chatting about the current affairs. And here's the deal. We have to be minimalistic in our thinking. We have to be literally out of the system, out of the programming, out of the matrix to really understand the fact that the pendulum will swing. We will defeat the weak. And hopefully that will swing life towards the extension of humanity. It's bottom line.
You're damn right about that, Rebel. I mean, and you know what we have? We're ahead of the curve. We've been told this information for the past, some of us 5 to 20 fucking years. And we've
I would say longer
or longer. Depends on who we are, which one of it's, but we are informed and we're aware of what's going to happen. That is so on point. Yeah, Rad.
Well, we talk about how the red pill is basically on repeat for certain things. Yes, we know female nature now. Yes, we know our government's against us. Yes, we know our children are used as pawns. Where do we go now? Well, again, when you are cowed and castrated and your population is cowed and castrated, these people will come in and steal everything from you. as a red pill man, if you are stuck in these, worse Western countries with these fucking woke idiots running the place, the only thing you can do is prepare yourself with learning new skills, trades, developing your homestead, whatever the case may be. But even if you can't go out as far as like I am, even, okay, I got a small garden out there and I'm learning how to do things. And thanks, Brother Rad, for coming on. I appreciate you. We'll talk to you again. But okay, I'm trying to do something, right? Because again, food supplies are not guaranteed, right? And with the costs that, like I said, we're joining the people that aren't paying bills, right? So if we can save $1 by having a garden out here, or $10, whatever the case may be, could be a couple $1,000s by the time it's all said and done. That awesome. We won't starve, right? If you're even in a population where that's not possible, the least you can do is work on yourself. Muscle memory is everything, right? When it comes to fucking hand-to-hand combat, and this is where I actually am trying to hone my skills in, is I'm looking to work on more knife fighting, and right? And again, you can never be a good enough boxer or fucking street fighter, whatever you want to fucking call it, right? But I'm looking to work on my knife skills because I'm working with a new set of equipment, right? And developing my muscle memory with that equipment and learning to be a more proficient fucking one-strike kill, right? Even with a fucking knife, is going to help me against shit like this. And it has been confirmed that these fuckers are raiding the Prime Minister's fucking kitchen here.
Oh my God! So
that has been confirmed. Yeah, I posted the other day. I was like, I wasn't sure if this was legit, so I said it could be true.
Yeah.
But I found out after it is very true. This was actually in the Prime Minister's kitchens that they were raiding right there.
Oh, Jesus.
Because her and her fucking group of fucking brown shirts bailed and left the country. So
basically, Bangladesh is now going to be a Muslim caliphate.
Yes. Yeah. They've already taken over the country. And again, they refer to themselves as a group of students. Right?
Well, so were the Khmer Rouge. Yeah, that's why I was like drawing the parallels to it.
And fucking in Toronto right now, right? They got these pro-Palestine fucking or pro-East Indian groups that are students.
Yeah.
Right? Yep. Protesting against the fucking government for fucking, not giving them citizenship.
You know what the sad thing about it is, too? Our women, okay, would gladly bend over and split biscuit for these invaders. That's what makes me so fucking sick. They're the
I have been told that from a woman.
I mean, there's a few that are base, but they're way too few. You know what I mean?
So this video here is the latest UK cops arresting the latest group of
you got a license to be white?
tweeters. They're tweeters.
Faggot.
But yeah, sorry, Johnny, I got completely distracted there. I had a Father Saunders moment. My brain geeked out. God
that was
damn.
my fault. I'm sorry. I get really mad.
But yes, what you were saying about if the barbarian's at the gate, I have been told that personally by a woman. She was like, I was like, look, when it comes to our country being fucking taken over by mobs like these motherfuckers, I was like, you're going to become war brides. And she was like, oh, yeah, I'll spread my legs immediately. And she was dead serious because she knows that's what's going to happen.
I am sure.
Right? Dead fucking serious. She knows. She knew that was going to happen. And here again are more apartment buildings that they've caught on fire with people in them.
Holy fuck, man. They're really a bunch of students did that. Wow.
Yeah, I won't poison the food. I won't need to. But yes, this is the result of that weakened man, the weakened family unit, the weakened community. And again, these people have what we would consider traditional community values.
Right.
But because the government was like, hey, you don't need a gun anymore, we'll protect you, give them up, right? Because that's the new law now.
Mhm.
This is the end result. And where are their fucking government? Where is their army? Gone.
That's what they're waiting for. They're waiting for us to be disarmed, and then they're gonna fucking slit our throats in the middle of the night when they grab our goddamn guns.
Well, Johnny, and I've said it a million times, and I've posted a million fucking memes about it, right?
Yeah.
When they take your guns, they're going to kill you next.
Yeah.
And here is a young woman that was trapped in her apartment while they were fucking beating the outside of the doors. They came in and they raped her and took her sister, I believe.
What a fucking nightmare, man.
Yeah. That is going to happen right here, right now.
They don't even post this on our news feeds. What's going on? Like
the mainstream media, the mainstream media hasn't reported fuck all on this, as far as I'm aware of.
Not squat.
And again, I don't understand what they're saying. That's why with my buddy Caffey's here, I'm hoping he'll help with like some translations, right?
Yeah, that'd be great.
And again, this will be you. This will be you. Mobbed up against, defenseless, and on your own, and dead in the fucking street.
Holy shit, man! They're gonna.
And this isn't the worst of it. This is
alive too.
No, he's not. Trust me, he's not.
That was just a post-mortem shiver or some shit. Holy shit!
No, he was murdered, along with dozens of others, hundreds of others, as far as I've gotten recordings of.
There'll be more to come.
Of course. There's no stopping it now. Again, they know you're. Here they are being. These are some of the people they killed and hung from the fucking
feminists.
So here's a couple of the bodies of people that they murdered and then fucking hung from a bridge as trophies. That's if that was Toronto right now, nobody would know the fucking difference.
Really?
That could happen in Toronto literally tomorrow. There's no fucking denying that this could happen in Toronto tomorrow. Or Vancouver.
That's what I was thinking. Mile High cartel shit. Exactly, yeah.
But yeah. Here, and again, guys, it only gets fucking worse.
What the fuck? They chopped
again,
or some shit? What the?
They cut his neck open. They killed his daughter and took his son and one of his daughters.
Oh my god! Women killing Hindus.
This is the mob of students, by the way.
The castes. You are a Hindu. That is enough.
Yeah. They have their target. They know these people are defenses. These people are sheep to them now. They're sheep. They're insects. They are treating them like fucking insects. They're murdering and raping and pillaging their whole way across the fucking country. I don't care if my fucking channel gets nuked. Okay? I really fucking don't. I would rather everybody fucking see what's actually going on.
No, Chris, I understand, man. Absolutely.
Because this is the type of barbarism that is their everyday life. And they want to bring that to your fucking door tomorrow. And your government doesn't give a fuck. Not two fucks at all. Here's gun control at its finest. And Johnny, I'm hoping this is your account because the guy's called Johnny Midnight.
Oh, that's not me. I know who you're talking about. There is a Johnny Midnight. That's not me, though.
This is how gun control works. They take your guns and then they kill you.
After they took their guns away, Castro, Jesus, Stalin 50, Mao 60, and Pol Pot, he fucking bisected his whole fucking country. He killed half of Cambodia, He seriously did. In 4 fucking years, he killed half of Cambodia. No, that is not me, by the way, just so you know. But I'm aware of this guy. Yeah.
David Smith's comment was removed by YouTube, or sorry, Google monitoring team.
See, here's the thing. Why would they want to do that while you're actually just reporting the news for the most part, Chris? Why would YouTube?
Well, David Smith's comment was removed by Google's monitoring team.
What the fuck?
What the fuck? Dave didn't even say anything that out of the fucking way, did he?
What I miss?
And again, fucking outlaw. This is your fault.
Yeah. What I do? What I do?
It's just your fault, man. just own it. I'm fucking around, man. No,
you know what? This is great. This says it all. If a picture had 1,000 words, that's it right there. That's what's happening in most of our countries right now.
He's using the Britain as a shield.
No, he's holding him up for him.
Okay.
I'll help you. I'll hold the motherfucker.
Got it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That is your law enforcement right now. Right now. And I don't even give a shit where you are. Dave being naughty. I don't know.
You know what?
Said,
here's another outcome. I'm thinking that here's another outcome I think might happen in the UK. The boy gets the UK government kills the boy. He's not a boy anymore, but kills the killer, the Nigerian or the Rwandan kid, and blames it on white supreme pizza. That's what I think. Yeah, that's what I think is going to happen. They're not going to let the kid out. They're going to kill him. Yeah, and use some sort of like BNP guy as a patsy or whatever. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah,
this is not going to end well for anybody.
Yeah, and again, you're not going to see it. You're not going to hear about it. None of the mainstream media is going to tell you.
No, they're going to publicize what evil white people the average UK citizen is. That's what's going to happen.
I think that's the picture I'm going to use for my next thumbnail.
Thank you for being so weak and stupid, my buddy. Together we will make this country yours. Shit.
Yeah.
What a cunt.
That's Britain's government and all their patsies below them. But again, when the going gets tough, they will fucking disappear too.
Yeah.
They will run off just like they did in Bangladesh. They will run off and leave you fucking hanging, buddy. They'll let you get fucking murked in the street. They don't give two shits. They're there to protect their own interest. And you know, Eric Zombro, who was a former New York police officer,
that's correct, right,
told us years ago when he was signing up for his police academy, and the first day in there, they told him straight up, "You are not here to protect the city. You're here to protect their best interest." Right? And when they say "their," they meant the government, and that is what they're there to do. Fuck you. Right?
Well,
so look at this guy. This guy's here in Canada, right? Again, Toronto area. Caught on camera. You will never hear about this motherfucker going to jail.
Again, now you kind of start to see why they started, all this racism shit and BLM and trying to pin every bit of it on whites. They basically tried to weaponize you standing up for yourself against these people the whole time is what it was.
Of course.
They try to demoralize you too. Here's one of the things. If you ever see any of those those based gun channels on YouTube, you'll always hear the oh my god. You'll always
here's the thing, Johnny. This is only one of the guys they caught.
Jesus.
But don't worry, he still got in. They just fucking were like, oh,
problem.
He still got in. He still got in, but they did finally get to him eventually.
there is.
It's been a while since Brother Eric's been here. I don't know if he's doing okay or what, but hopefully.
Here's one of the things they try to make it sound like you have no hope. The government's just way too much bigger than you. You can't defend yourself. You can't do anything in terms of a revolt or an uprising, let's say. And,
no, of course not.
And because they're just overpowering you, and
well,
there's
what
nothing you can do about it.
Why do you think they're using Kamala Harris to fucking go and actually fucking take your guns?
Yeah.
Which she admitted
because
that.
she can use the race card anytime she wants, and a good portion are still gonna fucking eat it up, right?
Yeah, she admitted
again, guys. Look away moments coming now, so viewer discretion advised. But here. This will be your reality soon.
Jesus.
Okay, and again, I'm not fucking doing this.
No, I know they are. Yeah,
those same people that are fucking protesting in your streets right now, saying "Free Palestine" from the fucking river to the sea, that don't understand even what the fuck that means. These are the same way they get in, and then they fucking take over, and then this is your reality. That could very easily be you hung up there next fucking month. Very easily. It's all a matter of when they kick it off. Again, in the U.S.,
right.
When they know that you're still armed, right?
Right.
But when they're ready to kick it off, they will make sure that they attack your weakest points first, right? Why do you think there's so much crime in the cities and states where fucking guns are so heavily restricted? Yeah. Because it's fucking easy. Here are some of the other videos and pictures from fucking, throughout the few years now, and the lady in green is from today.
Wow.
That is a Bangladeshi woman that they've captured, and they probably raped the crap out of her. And again, she probably voted for this shit.
Yeah.
Right? She probably voted for this shit. So there's anybody that's listening that doesn't believe what we're saying is a fucking possibility, or thinks that feminism is a great thing, right? Or any of this shit.
And you got
this is your future. Yeah. If you're young and hot enough, this is your future.
Right.
If you're not,
man.
Yeah, if you're not, they'll just kill you. Okay? So you better stay hot long enough for them to fucking at least put you in the sex slaves.
That's why I tell people that they're useful idiots all the time. It's the very reason why I say it, because they are.
They are.
It's just common sense. Do these people think that when it's all said and done that the government's going to share power with these people? Hell no.
This is the greatest meme ever. As they say in England. Allah Akbar. Another great fucking thumbnail right there. So we got to save that picture. Again, here.
All this time you thought that was me posting all this.
Well, I was hoping it was you. Here is the results in your country. Yeah, this sick fucker and his girlfriend, right? Together somehow got this little boy shot in the fucking head at point blank range playing in his fucking garden.
Jesus.
I believe she was the babysitter, and because he was pissed off at her, he walked up to their fucking property, and it happened in a blink of an eye, and shot that little boy right in the head.
Fucking animal.
4 years old. These are the animals you're dealing with. And again, they will all spread their legs for him when it's on your fucking doorstep.
Yes, they will. That's what I'm saying.
And honestly, guys, reading the story, it was fucking just devastating. You know what I mean? Like,
blood boiling is what it is, man.
The father was just absolutely flabbergasted on the fact that how someone could just walk up to an innocent little boy, 4 years old, playing in his fucking yard, and just put a bullet right in his fucking head. But again, this is not new. Spain is experiencing the exact same thing. Here's one from Spain, because Spain is also a fallen fucking country, right? Spain, France, UK,
Wait, they are
Sweden.
they are deporting them now in Spain at least?
No, they're not fucking deporting them yet.
Oh,
No,
they're just saying
no,
mass
no, no.
deportations now. That's what he wants, but they're not getting it.
That's what he wants. They're not getting that. Again, this was a country
He's
that
got a knife in his hand.
See,
he's stabbing the guy to death. Yeah. So here's the thing. I've mentioned Spain quite a few times over the last couple years. They used to be a cool country.
Yeah, fucking
right?
Viva Franco. Hell yeah, man.
They-
I know, man.
They used to be a cool country, and then they went turbo feminist to where
They're
literally,
the most
if you
feminized country in the fucking
They
in the
scared the
fucking
people.
world,
They
in the
scared the
fucking
people.
world.
They scared the people into being afraid to do anything against these folks with racism and anti-gun propaganda and all that. Now it's all starting to come clear. It makes sense what it is.
Well, and again,
It's an attack from within.
where Spain started, right, was super feminism. They elected somebody who put in tyrannical feminist fucking laws.
Yeah.
To where if you mocked a woman or laughed at something she said stupid, you were going to jail. And if you ended up in a courtroom accused of anything and a woman was your accuser, the courts clearly stated you're there to accept your guilt, not to prove your innocence.
Yeah.
You're there to accept your guilt. Now they have the mass migration thing, and now they fucking have the violence in the street.
Generalissimo Franco is fucking rolling over in his grave. I mean, they used to be fucking fascist, man, and now, up until 1975.
Well, Johnny, and I know a lot of people here probably aren't religious. I'm not very religious myself, but the good book does explain that this would happen when you allow strangers into your land to devour it. That don't just mean eating up your profits and your crops. That don't just mean buying up all your profits and your crops and eating your land. That means killing the people there too.
Of course, their goal is to fucking wipe you out. They're not there to assimilate. They're there to wipe you fucking out.
Yep.
That's the goal. And again, they use these fucking, just like the fucking transgender thing, just like all the other fucking nonsense that they've put out so far over the last few years, which has accelerated to fucking astronomical levels, right? This is all to distract you while they slip in other things.
Yeah, like foreign invaders.
Or fucking allow foreign invaders to cross your fucking borders, right? It's all the distraction. They have Kamala Harris now as their new face, but at the same time, she ain't running shit, and neither did Joe Biden. Not a fucking thing.
Nope.
Right? Not a thing. They didn't run fuck all. They were told what to fucking do.
That's right.
And they'll be told what to do fucking tomorrow. But they're the face for you to look at. That's it. That is it.
And guess what, Outlaw? One night while you're asleep, probably around 3 a.m., you're going to hear this rustling outside your window, and you're going to be awoken by goody google, goody google, goody google, goody google. They're going to fucking try to crawl into your window and slit your fucking neck, man.
But,
hey, and they're doing it all over the fucking town, all at once.
The government weaponized these people to come in our country to do what they're doing. That's plain as day.
Yes.
Yeah, it's plain as
they're
day.
actually giving them guns in Chicago.
Yes, it's plain as day.
Here's a very clear, very descriptive image of the effect of their propaganda, right? This young woman went and had her tits chopped off to make her look more like a boy because they believe that this is okay. And that doctor in the back who's, sworn this Hippocratical oath or whatever it is, he is happy as can be because guess what, baby? It's payday. Fuck your oath.
He looks like the type of guy we used to bully in high school. I think this is his fucking revenge, maybe. I don't know. But
could be. But you know what? That's somebody's daughter, man.
Yeah.
That is
Dr.
someone's
Mortimer
daughter.
Swackhammer. Jesus.
Yeah, but that's someone's daughter that
Yeah.
has been literally propagandized to the point where she had her own body mutilated.
Yeah. She does not look very happy about it either, man. I think she looked in the mirror and thought, what did I fucking do? I guess she could get him put back in, but
Well,
Even if
yes,
she,
maybe some parts.
even if she did, she'd never be the same.
No, she wouldn't.
No,
She's
no,
been
she wouldn't be
traumatized
the
for
same.
life.
Yep.
And again, with the drugs they are giving them, chemically castrating these children. In no other point in history would you have gotten away with this. You would have been fucking hunted down and fucking murdered. Okay? You would have been shot and everybody would have been like, I saw nothing. Because again, it's amazing what they can do with propaganda. Absolutely astronomically fucking amazing.
The propaganda destroys our cohesion. That's what it does. It destroys our sense of nation. It destroys our sense of morals and values. It turns our scruples, what the list of things that we find disgusting, into
commonplace.
Yeah.
Commonplace. This is commonplace now. Right? I mean, in the UK, they're going around in mobs beating every white person they come across, right?
It's so perfect on the government's part. Make people afraid to defend yourself and say anything against certain people.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Get it in their head, propagandize it, gaslight
And
people.
Make you think it's your idea. It's not your idea. It's something they planted.
And then when they come in the country, people are going to be too afraid to stop them because your police are weaponized against the people. We've been saying it from the start. They're all in it together. Government, police, all of them, military, every one of them.
Yeah.
They're all in it together with each other. Your mayors, your city council, all of them.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, all levels of the government.
I keep saying it from day one.
Your government doesn't work for you and hasn't for a very fucking long time. They work against you. Their goal is to fucking oppress you in every fucking way possible. Yeah. And not only make it so that you comply with it, but that part of your population will ask for it. Right? Yeah. There's nothing better than having someone turn on their own neighbor to hand them in for fucking thought crimes. Right? That's what the UK just came out with. Unfortunately, I don't have that fucking report where the police officer was promoting the idea of you turning in your neighbor if they posted a tweet or Facebook post.
And on top of it, they're going to militarize their police for this express purpose of that. Yeah.
Well, that tells you that they can't stay on top of everybody in their country.
Of course not.
Speaking their own
opinion.
Too many
people are pissed off. Too many people are.
Yeah. So they want other people to do the dirty work for them.
It's more than those fuckers can handle.
Yep.
Of course.
And the stupid fucks
they know that they can't outnumber us, right? What better way to even the odds other than getting your neighbor willing to turn on your other neighbor?
Yeah, have your enemy within.
Yeah.
The Bible speaks about it.
Make your enemy's neighbor your friend. And again, this is a part of getting them to sign up for their own fucking annihilation. Greatest thing ever. And the government has achieved it. They have achieved it.
All these bleeding heart little old ladies just loving this shit. Going like, oh, I just love my migrant neighbor.
Yeah, and the stupid fucks that go along with it, they're going to be destroyed.
Pro-Palestine. What do you think that is? When you see all these groups in every country, fucking from that country out saying, free Palestine. Do you know what fucking Palestine does? No. Do you know what to the river from the river to the sea means? No. Don't know what the fuck they're even supporting.
It's basically enchanting for your own destruction is what it is.
Exactly. And like I said, these countries, again, I feel for the people of fucking Bangladesh, India, places like that, where again, they've already been disarmed. The UK, fucking Scotland, all of it. This is the face of evil now. This is the new fucking Hitler. Right there. There's your first one, but he's not the only one because all of our countries have one. Justin Trudeau, Chrystia Freeland, doesn't matter. You can basically throw a stone in Parliament and fucking hit one here, right?
Right.
You can hit the next fucking Hitler anywhere you throw a fucking rock, right? And it doesn't matter where you look in all of our countries. We had fucking Skeletor in Australia, right? Basically come out and fucking tell you right to your fucking face, I don't give a fuck what they think. If they don't listen, I lock them up. And laughed about it. Don't worry, your government, wherever you are in whatever part of the world, doesn't think any fucking different of you.
Why?
And boy, I got fucking weird here.
Hey, Flair, what's going on, buddy?
Weirdos.
What the?
The people will cheer for their own death. That's what it is.
They already are. Hey, gays for Palestine is like pigs or chickens for KFC.
Yeah, it is.
Gays for Palestine, literally the dumbest thing you've ever fucking thought up. Gays for Palestine is now on flags everywhere.
If one of those homos actually met a real Palestinian, that Palestinian would probably gladly throw them from a fucking building.
Dude.
Pack it in with a hot party, Allahu Akbar. They don't understand this shit.
Do you know what the police are doing in, I want to say Moncton, where they were having this protest at the college?
Yeah.
They have the pro-Palestine Palestinians and regular people, right? And now on the other side, they have regular people and queers for Palestine. The police are in the middle to keep them from killing the other.
Wow.
Oh, shit.
And they would slaughter each other. Well, the one side would slaughter the other one because they're fucking, they're idiots, right? I mean, let's face it. If you had a fucking retarded chicken, you'd put the chicken down. You wouldn't breed it.
Yeah.
And gays for Palestine is literally the dumbest thing you could ever fucking think up. Like I said, it's right up there with fucking chickens for KFC and cows for McDonald's.
Californian retarded chicken.
Yeah.
CRC.
Unfucking believable.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
But when they saw that, dude, they literally came in their pants. Holy fuck, we have people signing up for their own fucking death.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Not only are they signing up, they're getting out there and promoting it to everybody else.
So basically,
Beautiful.
Looking back and thinking about it, the government or whoever's in charge of Bangladesh, no, they're not fleeing the country, I think, in real time, like for real. I think that they're reforming, regrouping.
They left, dude, but I mean, they left the people. They left the people. So she left, took fucking a big portion of the fucking law enforcement with her, and fucked off the same night this went down. There was no. Hey,
where'd they go? Where did they go, Chris?
I have no fucking idea. I don't think anybody else really knows or is saying where they went yet. That's the thing.
What I'm saying is, I don't think the government's disbanded. I think they're just like in hold somewhere, reforming until they can get a hold of this.
Well, we got to do something about it. I mean, or maybe not.
No, I'm talking about them. Yeah.
Here's the thing. Their citizen. Okay, let's say Bangladesh is its own fucking entity, right? It's got its own police force, its own fucking, military, whatever the case may be. Where the fuck? Why would you flee first? Why wouldn't you pick up the phone and say, "Hey, mobilize everything, motherfucker!
Oh, yeah.
There's people being slaughtered in our streets. Get the
Oh,
fuck
yeah.
out there. Start
Yeah.
making a game plan." Right? You don't
Oh, yeah.
flee from the war the second shots get fired.
Right.
And I gotta ask, what is it with the Tim Watts thing and drinking horse semen? Like, what's up with that? Did he say he drinks horse semen or what?
What? JD
Oh, I
Vance?
haven't heard
Who
that.
else did
Yeah,
he-
they say JD Vance is weird and fucking this Tim guy's a
Oh my
goddamn
god, that's
cuddly,
fucking
but
disgusting, dude. Ugh.
I keep seeing this about him drinking horse semen. Does he actually drink horse semen, guys? Like, please
I haven't
fucking
heard it.
notify me on
He
that.
is from Minnesota, so I mean, maybe.
I don't know.
What is this? Where's the been administration? True strain. Blah blah blah. Fucking get out of here, weirdo.
Yeah, probably Switzerland. That's what I thought too, Vero. They're
Yeah,
probably in
could be,
Yeah,
could be, but they fled.
they're skiing right
Right.
now.
No, what I'm saying. No, what I'm saying is, if they implored the people to come in there and do what they've done, because
Yeah.
obviously the government's allowed it to happen,
Mhm.
then that means they're still in control. They've just fled the country and they're regrouping.
They're in exile or something. Yeah.
Look,
Yeah,
if
they're
you
coming back.
run from me, you're not in control. I'm in control.
Yeah, I mean that's true too.
I mean,
Okay, when they fled literally the same fucking night, all they did was embolden the people that were fucking out doing this shit.
How long ago did this happen, Chris? When did
It
they
started on the 5th, literally the last time I
Okay.
did a live stream,
So-
which I think
so
was
this-
on the 5th.
This
Yeah.
could be totally renamed with a new Islamic organized government within.
Well, they could be planning to take them out. I don't know, or either they're just that
It-
scared and they won't come back.
But again, who the fuck knows? But they haven't done
Mhm.
shit to fucking protect their fucking citizens yet. They sent in a couple of light patrol fucking troop carriers,
Uh-huh.
right?
Yeah.
To make this fucking big display driving through the streets to get all these fucking people, right?
Yeah.
And they were fucking sent packing.
Oh yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
They were sent fucking packing. They got turned around real fucking quick. Real
No,
quick.
I mean, think about it. You still got big moneyed interest and everything else in Bangladesh, so they're not just going to step away from that country and allow these people to keep running it. These rogues. they're
Again,
regrouping.
nobody is running it. They are running from it
Yeah.
because the citizens can't fucking run.
Yeah, right now they're in chaos. It's just a bunch of fucking student controlled
Yeah, that's true,
militias,
too.
basically,
Yeah.
that are, I guess, are fixing on forming some sort of governance there.
Just trying to figure it all out, piece it together.
I suppose.
Yeah, okay, but here's the thing: while they're piecing it together, and the government and the military is run off, their citizens are being raped and butchered.
So, like,
True,
okay,
true.
does Bangladesh have any allies? Does India come in and say, "Hey, well, we've got a sizable army"?
Oh,
We'll
I don't
go
know.
there and, or what about
Again,
the fuck is going to help them?
nothing new has been put up yet, other than more videos of people being fucking butchered in the street and fucking buildings being burned. So.
I mean, big
What?
buildings are getting torched.
Yeah, whole apartment complexes, man, with people in them are being torched. All the churches or the temples are being fucking torched. People are being fucking tortured and humiliated in the fucking street. Like this woman, this was today. They robbed her, they beat her, and they humiliated her in the street, and most likely they killed her afterwards. Because why wouldn't they?
Yep.
Coming to a fucking town near you, possibly already there, right?
Yeah.
That was 13 hours ago. So 13 hours ago they had done nothing, and this started on the 5th. It's now the 9th.
Yeah, nobody's rushed in to help them. No, the government hasn't come back or regrouped. Nothing. It's just still going on.
Yeah.
And the people can't, like, the people haven't even just taken sticks and hammers and hoes and shit and said,
I mean, I'm sure they're trying their best,
"Hey, okay,
but again, it's a shock troop, and they're fucking already immobilized. They've already got fucking armed fucking groups that are ready to go. They are using the mob mentality, right? They
right,
are swarming these people, keeping them trapped in these buildings, and then lighting them on fucking fire.
they have solidarity, and the
Yeah,
Bangladeshis don't." And the same
no.
thing would be happening in America too. Everybody's fucking atomized here. Everybody.
Well, of course, and I've stated it many times. Look, I couldn't get two people in my fucking community to get along or disagree on certain things long enough to fucking put that aside and protect this fucking community. Unless, of course, they were getting paid, right?
Yeah, right. Maybe that's what you got to do. have
But again,
mercenary allies, I guess, but then they could get paid better by the bad guys. So
Yeah.
this happened in the middle of the fucking night, right?
yeah,
They were fucking hopeless.
yeah.
Hopeless, man.
Like I told you, middle of the night. That's what's going to happen. Yep.
Yeah. And I mean, here, this body strung out in the fucking street, man.
Jeez.
Hundreds of them all over the fucking place. Thousands of people injured on the last reports. Like, you can only imagine. Bangladesh isn't like sparsely populated.
Oh no,
The
not
city
at all.
itself is fucking packed with people. You have a massive amount of victims, right?
Yeah.
Casualty rates have got to be astronomical, and I don't know if my buddy's been keeping up on it. He should be here soon, but I mean, maybe he knows more because again, they do speak the same language.
Okay, look at the post by Vikram. No medium is showing media is showing you this just because they are minority Hindus in Bangladesh. Only fault of them is that they are Hindus in Bangladesh. Their lives matter to no one. Okay, so like India has got to be aware of this. Apparently,
Without a doubt, without a doubt. Oh, dude, everybody's aware of this now, especially in.
well, I wasn't until
places with
tonight.
power.
Okay,
Right, but you're the population. You're an insect,
yeah,
right?
right.
You're an insect, and you listen to whatever they tell the media to tell you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
So, but people in governments, right? These evil fucking tyrannical governments, they know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
They know. Okay, they find out right away when shit goes fucking south
Oh
somewhere.
yeah, I mean when the government of Bangladesh fled, they probably radioed, contacted as many world leaders as they possibly could to say, "Hey, we're out of here."
That's what I'm saying. So,
Some shit went down, and we're bailing, motherfucker. We're out of here.
and again, it could be an inside plot to take it over entirely and
Yeah.
conglomerate it into something bigger.
Well, I think that's what's happening here in America. There's an inside plot.
Sure.
I mean, it's blatant that they're letting them in.
Sure.
Of course.
They really, really want to clean house of us.
To get the population to go on fucking their side, they use the same buzzwords that other people use. If you don't agree, you're a racist, a sexist, a transphobe, a fucking, what was the other one? Muslimophobe or whatever the fuck it is.
Islamophobe.
Yeah. And you know what? Here's the thing. I can go to probably any country, right, and say that it is the exact same way here as it is there.
Yeah.
Most people are fucking completely not these fucking things, right? Just because I don't want somebody fucking murdering my children doesn't make me a fucking racist, right?
Right.
Or a phobe of any fucking kind. It's just, hey, they're normally murderers, and I don't want my kids murdered.
Sounds good to me. Yeah.
Sounds pretty logistical to me. I mean, I don't know, lot of fucking logic in that.
Yeah.
Right there. Don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Boy, if they really do install Carbuncle Harris, we are fucked. I mean, it's going to get kicked off.
You're past fucked, my friend. Here's another. Here's the earlier version. These are the so-called students and Muslims robbing this bitch and then fucking making her do some weird shit, right? And you know what? If this woman escaped with her life and just lost her jewelry and was fucking embarrassed and made to kiss their fucking shoes, maybe eat some shit, she's luckier than most because she's not being hung upside down and having her fucking throat cut.
There's one of those fucking Black Widow bitches they have. Oh yeah, they're gonna drown her, dude.
They probably didn't show that, but most likely they did. Most likely they did. They probably drowned her. Yeah, Aloha Snack Bar.
Aloha Snack Bar. Letting that.
But again, this is coming to our streets very fucking soon, if not already here. Right? I mean, last week we showed a portion of a picture which had a portion of the people that were murdered in the UK by illegals in 3 months. There was about, on the full photo, there was about 60 people. And that's a portion of what was actually murdered in 3 fucking months. And you know what? There's the usual victims. Guess what they are? One of the common denominators, they're all white.
Yeah. I figured.
Yep.
Age, all ages, from the elderly to to toddlers, all murdered, right? And everyone in between. Not a fucking word was said about it. They're now releasing people who were guilty of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you want to see fucked up. Okay, this is a cabbie, right? This is a cabbie raping a little girl in the backseat of his car.
What are you doing?
In the UK.
Brother.
Behind some dude's house.
What are you doing this in my house here? What are you doing? Brother, what are you doing? Month of Ramadan, you doing stuff like this? Brother, month of Ramadan. What are you doing? Sorry. What the fuck are you doing? This is disgusting, mate. I've got kids inside here. You're fucking a nut. What are you doing? What taxi are you? Bro, sorry. Yeah? You're fucking raping a girl in the back, you dirty bastard.
Goodbye, buddy. What the
Yo,
fuck?
there's a little kid in the back of this car.
Yeah. You think that motherfucker ended up in jail? Honestly, do you think the police in the UK, after what they've demonstrated, are actually out there looking to fucking save that kid?
No.
When they have fucking hundreds of fucking human traffickers and rape gangs fucking going around, you think they're out there fucking giving a fuck?
Nope.
Come on now. Come on. And because we don't want that in our fucking country or in our streets or with our kids being fucking raped, guess what? We're the racists. I'm gonna, as a trans black woman, I can say whatever I want. So I mean, you guys need to get on board with this shit, okay? Yeah. Because you need to be able to speak up for your kids or for your people, whatever the case may be.
Well, I was thinking about identifying as cryosexual. I only have sex with snowmen. Or even better, pyrosexual. I only fuck burning buildings. Like I could never, ever get charged for arson. Ever.
Bangladesh will be your place to be, son.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm getting horny.
With all the burning buildings there, Bangladesh is now your place to be.
You like fucking buildings, huh?
Yeah.
Well, only if they're on fire.
Only if they're on fire.
What do you think of that, Johnny?
Whoo, shit. Fuck the girl. I like the house. Just put it on fire.
Somebody was telling me last night that picture looks a little,
Too
Bangladeshi.
That was a good one, Outlaw.
Oh.
Bang. What that shit.
Yeah, but anyway.
Unfortunately, lads, this is the state of the world we're living in now, and again, it is never going to improve. Never going to improve.
No.
This no government is out to fix this. They are out to amplify it and make it worse. And they think, well, most of them can't see or learn from the past, right?
Yeah.
To see that these monsters that they're fucking allowing to roam the street will eventually run out of us and turn on them.
Yeah, Chris, but I mean, how can we stop it before they run out of us? That's what I want to know.
Again, you got to back a fucking leader that is worth backing. So grab your shit and head up.
Then please be Emperor of Canada soon, and then we'll fucking take over at least all of North America.
Well, hey,
we'll go right from the north down to Mexico.
I could, infiltrate these already, basically free-range fucking criminal groups and be like, I'll be your leader and lead you to prosperity in Palestine or whatever.
That sounds great. See,
I'll just get them to do it.
I want a two-story Continental. I still want to make me Minister of Immigration. It'll be really fucking simple. Fuck off.
Nope.
We're closed. Nope.
We're closed. We're all full up, motherfucker.
Bye-bye. We got enough. Fuck you. I don't need you.
Again, like I said, man, if Kamala Harris wins in the States, you got actually, and again, I don't put it past them to cheat.
Oh, they will.
And get caught red fucking handed.
And still
nothing fucking happen.
Of course they will.
Of course they will. Look, why do you guys think I made that video today talking about go ahead and start preparing yourselves?
Yeah.
Right. That was a great video, Outlaw. That's what you fucking need, man. Exactly.
Yes. Prepare yourselves. Get your food game, your water game. Don't matter even if Trump wins. Get it up.
Yeah, exactly.
Do not let your guard down on this election, even if he gets in.
I don't
think he's going in.
No, I don't either.
Like I said,
you're totally right. Do not get complacent, even if things go our way for a while.
India has said it lots in the Discord. It's not going to fucking hurt you to have these skills or to be prepared or to learn how to do it now, right? And I've said it many times before. It is better to learn how to grow potatoes now when if you fuck up, you can go to the store and buy it.
Well,
than it is when you can't go to the fucking store and buy it and you fucked up.
Yeah.
Right?
Right. Yeah.
And again, I got things to work on too. Right?
Yeah.
I want to get way more proficient with my fucking bladed weapons because bullets are going to be real fucking expensive.
That's true. Even where they just flow like gold here, like water here down here, it's eventually going to be really rough to get ammo even in the U.S. Especially in something like this. They're either going to take it where it's just going to be all used up or hoarded by some fucking honcho who wants more than you.
Well, and like, you know what? My axes over there, they never run out of ammo. Never.
Blades are a good idea. That's not. Maybe I should think about knife fighting.
Arvo, you'd be surprised. You would be surprised.
I'm a fucking idiot with a lot. I could grow tomatoes and peppers. That's it. That's all I get.
Dude, I can't even get tomatoes to grow this year.
Oh, really? It's really cold right now where I'm at. But yeah. Wait, boys, I'm gonna get
our tomato. Oh, well. JR, Johnny, you haven't been here for a while, but like this year I added compost to my garden, right?
Right.
At least most of it.
Yeah.
Fucking killed every plant that I started downstairs. Killed everything we put into the ground fucking.
What did you do with compost?
I got it at the fucking depot here in town. It's supposed to be fine, but it's too fucking hot and it fucking ruined everything, right? So instead of having 2 crops this year, I'm getting 1. And you know what? It's a
That's
small
fucking
one.
Yeah,
So
right.
it fucking sucks. It
Well,
happens, buddy. It happens. But
yeah,
I've
I
learned
know.
that.
It's yeah, but still, also with growing, it is kind of like the weather because it is dependent on the weather. It is a bit unpredictable. So hey, wait, I'm gonna go. You boys talk. I'll be right back. I gotta get some coffee. 1 second, okay? Thank you.
Yeah, Arvo, it wasn't aged enough, and it was fucking cooking everything we put in. Like we even picked up plants at the store, like nursery plants. Soon as it would touch the soil, the next day come out and the stalk is like putrefied and yellow overnight. And tomatoes are like fucking weeds, man. You can't stop them from growing usually. As soon as I put in that fucking compost, ruined them, ruined everything. I had hundreds of plants, man. I've replanted that garden, most of it 3 fucking times, except for the potatoes where I didn't have much compost, right? Because I basically started from the older side of the garden and
Yeah.
worked my way over with putting a couple inches on top of the rows. And when I got basically just over halfway, I was out of compost. So the last row, which where I put my potatoes and stuff, and a part of the back didn't have any. But again, I didn't figure this out until everything was fucking dead and we were a quarter of the way through the season. Right?
All right.
And the corn are luckily doing fine, except for now they got fucking earwigs that are fucking literally ruining the corn before it gets germinated. Because
David,
they just cut off the fucking silks.
The thing about nitrogen is, like, especially up here in Wisconsin and Canada, if you get a lot of snow and it stays really, really late in the season, your soil is going to be so fucking overblown with nitrogen because of the melt.
We got hardly any snow here.
Okay.
I'll be right back. It's pee break time.
Okay. Yeah, but no, Outlaw, that was a really good video. Definitely something to think about. The one
Absolutely.
that you had posted.
Johnny, how many times have we said it? We've said it on True Blood stream.
Yep.
We say it on Saunders streams. We say it on Chaos's stream.
Yep.
Rhinos, Bacon's, Big Angry Phil, all these people's streams. At what point does it sink in that you have to be responsible and start, planning your own survival? I mean,
especially since we know that it's imminent, that we need to start doing it,
Yes.
and should have done it yesterday, right?
Yeah.
But like today, better late than never, I guess, right? Because brother, this shit is imminent. I really think so. I'm not going to say that it's going to happen right tonight, but I'm really thinking that some strange, bad news is going to happen within the next year.
Well, with the United States,
it's different. I know.
Well, with the United States, we're one big corporation,
right?
Broken into many different parts that are controlled by many different countries and provinces and all that. This place ain't going away. The states ain't going away. It's the people.
That exactly. Well, that exactly is, and I'm part of that people, as are you. All right. That are
fuck you, Hemi.
Fisherman tries in it. Ooh, goddamn burn! But we're
right now. Most people probably don't have the time to learn how to grow. They should, but in the looming stuff coming in November, stock up on canned food right now.
Yeah,
stock up on water supply,
dried food,
stock up on edible and drinkable items that can stay on the shelf for months at a time.
Cheeseburgers, they never go rotten.
You mentioned it way a while ago, and I was going to bring you guys into it.
Yes, Dave,
me and Crusader Nate and a lot of the guys over there are trying to get some deals put together where we can start holding like stream seminars on how to grow food and how to live off the land and get clean, usable drinking water, all that good stuff.
Water is going to be really fucking important. Potable water, man.
You guys are talking about stocking up on canned foods and stuff here, right? And here's the thing. Here's what I'd like to add, and why it's like not even there's not even a chance of that for us right now, because a can of like ham, the sandwich meat ham, the
Right,
little
right.
flat
Yeah.
cans like tuna,
Right.
that's over $5 now.
Yeah, I know you can't just fucking mass buy them.
You can't even afford that shit now. That's
So they're
how fucking
wrestling
bad it
you.
is here.
They're wrestling you financially into submission.
Oh, of
Hail
course,
Star,
of
Captain
course.
Star,
Like I
all
said,
right.
we have now joined the group of people like Rhino was talking about earlier. We are not paying certain bills. We can't afford it. It's either keep the fucking lights on, keep the roof over our head, or fucking pay the bills and starve. Right? That's where we are. And our economy's not getting any better. There's no more jobs around here than there was last year.
Nope.
There's quite a few less.
No, yeah.
And again,
there are fewer.
if I went and signed up with someone tomorrow or tried to, why would they give me a job when the government's going to pay 70% of an immigrant's wages if you hire an immigrant?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's where we fucking are, man. That is where we fucking are. You know what I mean? There's fuck all going around here, and honestly, I don't see any point in staying here, to the point where when my buddy goes back on Wednesday, I may be in the car with him or driving in front of him.
Where are you fixing on going, or do you not want to say?
Calgary. Well, I mean, he's in Calgary, right?
Okay.
And he's like, you can come stay with me, man. It's just
My chicho,
there's nothing here. But yeah, like, hey, we got our garden, right? We won't starve. I can always pull things from that garden right now, but that's a very limited fucking selection. You know what I mean?
There's got to be places that we can at least if we don't have that kind of like selection, like you were saying, or as I was talking about, the time to actually grow this stuff to get ready for the big boogaloo, right? I mean, there's got to be dried stuff, things that we could just like get huge sacks of fucking rice and grain.
Well,
shit
the grain stuff is available. Again, that's not much of a diet, right?
I know
luckily,
that. I
mean,
luckily, I know where there's cows, and I'll go shoot one of them motherfuckers if I got
so
to.
would I, but the thing is,
Right?
if the land gets overhunted, I mean, I might have to eat coyote.
Yeah,
I mean,
and again,
it's just,
that will be one of the things that happens. Like, I
Depending
would like to,
right?
yeah, I would like to say that I'm alone here in Canada where we're having financial issues, but let's face it, everybody's having financial
I
issues.
know, and every
even the wealthy
geese that are flying up in the air is going to be
Even
taken
the
down
wealthy.
out of the sky, and you're gonna, there's only so many geese you guys have before you shoot.
Well, I mean, you think about it and you look at, over the course of the several decades where they fattened us up with all of this poisonous food and stuff. Fattening us up for the slaughter. Yeah, they're fattening us up for the slaughter. Most people in this country alone, they can't get out of each other's way. Most people here are just so fat and out of shape with diabetes and everything. No offense.
Hey, fuck you. My diabetes was genetic.
Well, you know what though?
I'm talking about people who sit and
I'm
stuff
thin,
their face every day and don't do anything.
I'm thin, but I'm unhealthy. That's the thing. It's just kind of like I need to get fucking back into like out of noodle man mode. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like, and I'm getting old too. I'm in my 50s now, so it's just kind of like, oh great, why couldn't this have happened to me when I was like 25?
Because the inconvenient things always happen at inconvenient times.
I know.
Arvo, I don't know what part of you're in Canada, but I think you're on the East Coast if I remember right. Dude, it's $25 was left behind last month. A whole chicken now, which used to be around $11, is now fucking like $27.
Do you think it'd be cheaper if it's halal?
Well, yeah, the halal chickens that people are trying to sell at like fucking wholesale foods and stuff, they're the cheaper ones.
I thought so.
They're the cheaper ones, but they're, of course, then you're supporting the terrorist group, right? But again, that's why KFC took them on, because they were the cheaper ones. to buy chicks. Okay, Hemi bought chicks there a few months ago, right?
Like living chicks that
Yeah,
he can breed.
yeah, chicks that he raises, right, for his chicken.
Hey, Hemi, you're a chicken fucker. No, I'm kidding.
Lisa's aunt buys hers every year too, right? And they're unsexed, and she pre-orders them, right? So they're generally a little bit cheaper, especially because they're unsexed, right? $10 a chick,
Okay.
and you gotta feed it for fucking months. At I think she said each chicken is about $5 a month. And once they get to a certain age and start eating so much of the pellets and the feed and whatnot,
Right.
it goes up to like $12 a month or
So
some
you got
shit like that.
it's like when you add it all up, you got a chicken bill at the end of the month. You gotta factor
Yeah,
that in.
yeah. Like fucking, she is paying astronomically for birds now, just to have birds.
That is
Like
crazy.
it's
got
to the
ducks,
point where the feed is so expensive, right?
Huh?
Yeah.
And if you have enough chickens, just like they always have enough eggs and stuff, and if they want meat birds, all they gotta do is go out and fucking hack a head off, right?
Right.
But she normally took them to people to have them processed,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
She can't even afford that because the processing cost is $9 now per chicken.
Damn.
Jesus.
So you'll have to process them yourself. You'll have to fucking the bags of feed are not cheap.
Yeah.
Like and again, like Hemi was saying, yeah, you can grow some of your own foods and feed them, but even people that have property
Holy
or
shit.
neighbors that they can get shit off of, fucking they can't afford to buy it. They can't afford to buy it.
$25 a bag
for feed, yes. And they go through, like, she's got 3 sets of birds, but she didn't say how many was in each set. I think it's about 10. So like 30 birds, and she is going through bag after bag after bag after bag after bag.
Hemi, how much will a $25 bag feed? Like, how long will that last, depending on how many chickens you have?
A chicken can roam outside and eat bugs and
she does let them roam, but then when they come back, they do have feed there.
Okay,
because they're layers, right? So they always have to have food around. But she said it's not getting any cheaper. It is fucking not getting any cheaper, like at all.
You typically can let them be free range, and they'll eat bugs and they'll eat, worms.
Right. And like I said, she does free range them for a while throughout the day, and then they come home at a certain time, right?
Yeah.
Because if she leaves them out there too late, they'll just nest wherever they are. They'll lay their egg, and she won't get that.
A bag a week, $25 a week for one whole fucking bag.
Yeah, true. You got to stay on top of it.
And the feed can't rot either, because the chickens will get sick too. I mean, that doesn't last forever.
Right. And if you leave them out there free ranging, you lose the eggs, and predators will fucking get them. We have predators.
Wait. I'm also, and he's got a flock of 30 then. Okay.
He's got a flock of 30.
Good. Yeah. Wait, you bring up a great question, Mitchell. Not just like regular predators like coyotes, but like human predators that take your fucking chickens. What do you do about
them? They still, why not? Like, fuck.
I know.
If I'm out hunting and I see one of your chickens, right, I'm going to fucking shoot that chicken. Yeah. I'm taking it with me.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I might have been going out looking for fucking grouse, but I'm going to end up with a fucking chicken because there was a fucking chicken right there.
Well, technically, technically, Johnny, dogs. I've seen dogs attack them.
Yeah.
Some cats, if they get spooked, can attack them.
That's right.
Hawks, raccoons will attack them.
Yeah, that's why we go on coon kills out here all the time. Coyote and coon kills.
I don't know about possums. I don't know if they'll kill them, but.
So, Hemi, I believe you keep them for 13 weeks, right? Well, I know she does. She keeps them for 13 weeks. So it's $325 to feed 30 birds for fucking 13 weeks.
Fucked.
Now you divide that by fucking 30 birds if you were to eat them all, and it's $11 a bird.
Jesus Christ.
And you're going to have to process them yourself. Like you can't
Right.
pay someone to process them, because at $9, then it goes
Yeah.
up to fucking nearly $20 a bird.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, when you factor it in, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. If you want them to be sustainable and cost effective, you have to have property for them to roam in.
Donate
do all
to
their
Rio
fucking
Clinic.
do all their grazing. You need room where you can plant feed for the winter, right?
Right.
And you need to protect them from predators, because we've got owls and eagles and hawks and fucking dude. Our one neighbor, she lost 4 ducks to fucking one hawk. He would come in, tear that motherfucker up, eat his liver, and fuck off. Come back tomorrow for another meal, eat another fucking duck.
Jesus.
They'll never eat the old kill if you leave it, right? They're gonna kill something new.
Right.
Fresh. So she lost a bunch of ducks, and then she had to fucking put a mesh over top of all their enclosures.
Eagles love foie gras, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. 13 to 15 weeks. So at the 13-week mark, it, like I said, it's $10.83 a bird if that's all you go through. That's it.
And the thing is that like if you're trying to shepherd ducks or chickens like that, eagles and hawks, they are not afraid of humans. They will fucking go right in and swoop that shit and leave.
Them hawks.
They'll be gone.
Them hawks are brutal, Johnny.
Oh yeah.
I've seen them pick up and kill dogs before.
Yeah, they can.
Yeah, predators do need to eat too, and
I just don't want them to eat my shit.
That's scary shit, dude.
Damn shit house chicken herder.
I don't know. He showed us a video of when he was out feeding the chickens. They seem pretty friendly and everything. Like her chickens up the road, they're violent. They're violent. They didn't like me at all.
Oh,
and that rooster that they had.
Yeah, I was wondering, do you guys have a
motherfucker.
rooster too? Yeah, those roosters.
Yeah, they got a rooster for each. So Lisa's aunt has a rooster for each group of chickens. Like I said, she has 3 that she keeps split up, right? 3 separate groups, different breeds and whatnot. They're all layers and meat birds at the same time, kind of deal. So the cross mix. And dude, even when I was up there, like fucking, there were empty bags of feed fucking everywhere. I was like, holy fuck, this has got to start to be getting expensive. And she's like, yeah, it ain't fucking cheap, right? And it's getting more expensive every day. And then she told me about how last year she went to take a bunch in to get, slaughtered and whatnot. And they were charging so much per bird that they can't afford to bring them back there again. You know what I mean? They'll have to do their own. Yeah. They will have to do their own because it's not cost efficient anymore.
Nope.
And they got the property for their small garden, they've got their house, and they've got their chicken coops, and that's all the property they have.
What you're illustrating, Chris, is that the food production, like self-sustainable food production, it's been priced out of the market.
Yeah.
And you got to make those allowances for it.
Well, and the thing I wanted to touch on what Rhino was talking about earlier there tonight is when it comes to the price of your livestock, grain, and all that shit, you have to look at everybody that's involved from the crop harvester or planter, right? The farmer,
right?
Or the fucking cattle, rancher, whatever the case may be. They have costs that we never fucking hear about. When Trudy up the road is raising her cattle, I can go buy a fucking half a cow or a full cow off her for like $1,800, right? Full cow. Yeah. That's a lot and I'm just buying the cow. I still have to find someone to do the slaughtering, the butchering, and all that.
Right. Render the whole thing.
Right. But if I have to go buy that same cow after she goes through the process of selling it, which every fucking step of the way, right? Mm-hmm. From her fucking farm to the auction, to the fucking butcher, to the grocery store, there are 3 to 4 fucking inspectors.
Oh
And
God,
every
you
one of
gotta
those
pay them.
inspectors got to get fucking paid too, right?
Fuck.
Now
Yeah.
your cattle has doubled in price, and it's all because of all the fucking middlemen that are in between. When government creates these fucking inspectors or jobs, whatever the case may be, that's where real inflation comes from. Doesn't come from me and you, right?
No.
We'll have a small inflation of supply and demand. If it was a bad season, I can charge you a bit more because I've only got a limited amount, right?
Yeah.
Or
Right.
there's only a limited amount out there. But real inflation that we see is all government fucking taxes and all government middlemen, right? Look at cigarettes here. Cigarettes here used to be like $5 a pack when I first started smoking. Now they're $25.50.
Holy shit.
All of that,
Good lord.
right? Okay, so $2 is about all the inflation, and the rest is government tax. Government fucking getting involved is where inflation comes from. Whenever they fucking put somebody there, hey, here's a new inspection that you have to go through, or here's a new group that you have to fucking get.
We know Canada loves those. I mean,
Yeah,
shit.
you have to get a stamp of approval, right? In
Yeah.
order to get your product from point A to the end of the line, you now need to go through another inspector, and that inspector charges you
That's fucking
whatever
ridiculous.
amount per fucking stamp,
Ridiculous. Exactly.
right? Like I said, Trudy told me the process, man, and it took fucking 10 minutes to fucking explain the process just to sell her cattle.
Jesus.
And that's not counting all the fucking things they have to do prior with their shots and hormones and fucking all that shit, right? Which again costs money. Then you got to feed the motherfuckers, which I don't know if I didn't know this, but cattle eat a lot. Like a
Yeah, they
fucking
do.
lot.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. What is it, like a acre per cow? Something
Yeah,
like that?
it's insane, man. It's fucking
Dude,
insane.
I don't even think that cuts it.
It
What's up,
depends
brother
also.
Seraphim?
It's also it also depends. Hey, Seraphim, it
course you're
depends on
welcome.
what it depends on what the cow is being used for too.
Like a horse, they eat they eat several pounds of food a day.
Guys,
Well-
I got to get going. But thank
All
you
right,
so
brother.
much. All right, thanks for having me on, guys. It's good to
Heck
talk.
yeah.
Yeah, thanks for being here, buddy. Thanks
Fuck
for being
yeah.
here. Appreciate
Fuck
it.
yeah. I'll see you guys later in the chat too. Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Sounds good. But yeah, man, like the process that you have to go through now to fucking sell a product that you can either grow or raise, it's unbelievable. Like absolutely unfucking believable, and it's all middlemen. All middlemen, all looking to get their fucking share, and of course, in the end, you got to fucking make a profit on it, right? She can't sell that same cow that cost her now $2 fucking grand for $1,800. She can't. She'll fucking go bankrupt. So therefore, she has to sell it for more, which means then the stores who have to go through their own fucking group of goddamn inspectors and shit, they have to mark it up more as well because now there's more middlemen between them.
Yep.
And again, these middlemen are created by government. This is like a tax on tax on tax on tax on tax on tax on tax. No different than how your cash system works right now, right?
Right.
You get money, you get taxed on it from the government. You spend it, you pay tax when you spend it. When you inherit it or pass it along in somewhere, you get taxed. Everything's a fucking tax. And again, at the end of the day, the people before you to produce said product have to go through all these fucking steps to get it to a market, has to pay a new tax. They got to pass that on to you. Brother Indy, is that you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there
You
you go.
betcha. You betcha.
Okay. The cow I just got was 1,200 pounds hoof weight, dressed out at 750 pounds. I paid $1.98 per pound.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And then it was like $470 processing. So when it came down to it, I got $4.61 per pound.
Right.
750 pounds of beef.
Right. And that's buying direct from the farmer, right?
Farmer to local butcher to meat freezer.
Right. Your butcher was your middleman that cut it up for you and did all the work.
Well, yeah. Well, they got the equipment.
Yeah, exactly. But he didn't have to go through like an auction and everything like that to sell it. No. So he got to cut out all those middlemen. It's just like if I went up the road to Trudy now and say, I want the back leg off of that fucking cow you just killed. Right? I'm not paying middlemen. I'm paying her directly. She doesn't have to go through middlemen. So that means she doesn't have to charge me as much.
Right. Farmer to butcher to your freezer.
Yeah, your processing is up to you, right? Even she said, look, if you were willing to do the processing, like, you know, the cutting up and wrapping per pound, you could charge $1 a pound and make a fucking fortune. Just here alone. Because most people they get together and buy a whole fucking cow, right? Could be 6 of them, could be fucking 10 of them.
Yeah.
You know, a couple $100 each, and they all go fucking get a portion of this cow, right? Directly from our farmer. It saves our farmer from going through the fucking process. It saves them on the actual cost per pound. And if you're willing to fucking cut it up yourself, even, you save that processing fee, right? Like Indy was saying, he only paid $4. So what was it, like 60 or 40 cents a pound to process it?
I didn't do the math that in depth, but I know it was 1,200 pounds hoof weight, 700 some odd pounds processed hung. And then it was 400 some odd dollars to process. So basically when it came down, $4.61 a pound.
Right. But so
for everything.
What was it to have it gutted and head removed essentially?
I had the whole thing processed. They shoot it in the head, they skin it, then they go through and cut everything up.
And they did that for 400 and something. That's pretty goddamn good.
I know.
Yeah, like I said, man, it's Trudy told me plain out. She's like, if you charged $1 a pound, you'd make a fucking fortune. And that's not the price normally. Like if I were to take a cow to a professional butchering facility, it would be much more per pound than $1.
Oh yeah.
So again, it's really the way to go. I can't afford a fucking quarter cow, let alone a full cow right now. But you know, if I did manage to say find a bunch of people to go in on a fucking full cow, right? You know, even if we went a 4-way and I got a quarter of it, I would end up fucking cutting that thing up myself. You know what I mean? Save myself the fucking money on having it butchered. I might not do as nice of a job, but there's YouTube.
Hey, did Hemi post? See, I can't look at chat because I can't open up YouTube on my phone. Did Hemi say something about the tongue?
No,
I can't.
He eats the head, Mitchell. Who eats the head?
Who?
Hey, when I picked up my cow and everything, I got the heart, liver, tongue, the whole shit shebang. I went up to the liquor store and the old lady was in there, and I walked in. I said, "Hey, you want a tongue?"
He was being literal.
She didn't know what to think about that.
Hey, she should have said yes. She would have had a good time.
I was gonna go out and get in the fucking cooler or the tubs and get the tongue out and go in and give it to her. I'm giving you the tongue.
Good old tongue banging.
But no, honestly, I mean, most of the meat you get in Meijer, Walmart, all that shit, and it might say Angus, but it might be Angus mixed in with old Holstein cows that wasn't producing milk and they sent to slaughter.
Yeah, Yeah, that's what the Trudy and them told me. She was like,
Yeah.
most ground beef that you buy is
Yeah.
all milking cows.
Yeah, old Holsteins. So you
Yeah.
think you're going out there and getting grade A Angus bullshit?
Yeah.
They can throw maybe a handful of Angus in with fucking 5 fucking Holstein cows. There you go. You got Angus.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, there's all kinds of fucking. Again, the stores, right, and especially the ones that have their own processing and packaging area in the back, that they can pull all kinds of shit. And big
Oh yeah.
fucking box stores like Walmart that get it in by
Oh
the truckloads,
yep.
they don't give a fuck. They'll fucking tell you whatever. Don't worry if you try to sue them for low quality whatever. They'll either bribe somebody or bring in their team of lawyers to tie you up forever. You know what I
Well,
mean?
well, see, it's not Meyer and Walmart. It's Smithfield,
Yeah.
whatever the
I've had that
other.
happen.
Yes,
Oh, Cargill.
Cargill.
Yeah.
Cargill, yeah.
Cargill, Smithfield. That's like Tyson Foods. You know,
What's up, Neil?
the chickens you're getting out there, those son of bitches could have been dead for 10 hours on a truck, and they're still going to cut them up and process them. There's
Oh
where
yeah.
you
Now,
And again, down the road here, like everybody has worked at this chicken plant down here, right? All the kids in the local area, including Lisa when she was a kid, right, worked down at this chicken processing plant, and they fucking brutalize those fucking animals, like fucking. I think it was just last year, or the year before, that a video came out of kids pulling the legs and wings off fucking chickens and whatnot, and they were like, "Oh my god, that is fucking normal." that is fucking normal there.
I know one of the
places.
tricks that the local butchers use in the grocery stores is they put a lot of red food dye on a lot of that food, that meat.
Oh, yeah, and the packaging is usually done with an inert gas, right, to help maintain that redness. Like
Because
cow beef goes brown real quick, but that doesn't
Oh,
mean
yeah.
it's bad.
no
It goes
no.
brown.
now, from what
Right.
I've heard, natural meat like that is supposed to have like a grayish tint to it, not be
Probably.
bright red.
No,
It's
it's
age.
brown to grayish, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, again, it's not because it's bad, it's because it's not visually appealing that
Yep.
they use dyes,
Yep.
right? And then they seal the packaging in inert gas so that those dyes don't break down. But if you take it out of the package, eventually the dyes run out, right? Onto your plate essentially. And then it starts to go back to its natural color, which is that deep brown that looks kind of gnarly sometimes, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
Fresh bacon ain't pink.
it's kind of pinkish white to gray. Honestly, we at the pig roast, not last year, but the year before, I believe. Whatever they did to that fucking poor pig or were feeding it, it was nasty tasting. Like it didn't taste good at all. And a lot of people seemed to notice it but didn't say anything. I was like, man, this tastes fucking weird. Could have been fed with fucking nothing but animal byproducts, right?
Well, they passed a TPP bill here a few years back, and I know that Walmart was one of the main carriers of all that meat that they don't have to disclose to the public what's in it anymore, according to that law, from what I remember reading. So you could be buying literally anything ground up in that meat.
Yep.
Eyeballs, tongues.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, anything. And again, most of what you're buying is fat, right? And it's not that you don't want a fat content in your ground beef. You just, like, okay, the ground beef that I get from Trudy, right, is too fucking lean. It is
Yeah.
like I need to
Yeah.
add oil
Yeah.
just to fucking cook it.
Yeah.
It's too lean.
Well,
But
deer's the same way.
yeah,
So,
but what you get from a store is really fucking fatty. So that's why you lose so much of the weight when you cook it down, right? And it renders down. It's like not even half, right? So you buy 3 pounds. Really, in the end, you end up with 1.5 pounds, if that. But again, with what Trudy gets, like if you don't make it into burgers, right? Like actual hamburgers, like to fry it up and to add it to something, there's not enough fat in it. So I usually add like a bit of fucking ground pork, right? Or if I got, when I was buying my meat and cutting it myself, like buying the slabs, right?
that's not kosher. That's not kosher.
No, I don't do kosher. I'm not a Jew.
Okay.
But
I
would
throw
cut
that
some
in.
of the fat off, right? And keep it in the bag. And then I'd add it. I don't keep kosher, man. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm just saying that.
It's
I
all
noticed that. I noticed that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to agree with you. It's all better than the bugs they want us eating here right away, but that ain't going to stop them from trying. Okay? That, what was it we spent on it? $36 million that Trudeau gave to that East Indian to build the fucking cricket plant in Ontario. Somebody needs to go ask for the money back.
Which, by the way,
And
go
then
ahead,
burn it
Outlaw.
down.
which I was just going to say, you guys have that plant built, and they're selling cricket snacks, and they're grinding it up, I think, in the Tyson chicken.
Hey, I would consider eating crickets. You can clip this. I would consider eating crickets to see better than if I knew where the crickets were coming from, because look at the shit you're putting in your meat. I was going to remember, Emperor, we was talking about the chicken breast.
Mm-hmm.
The chicken.
Pump them full of saline.
Saline nitrates for preserving.
Yeah.
That shit's preserving your fucking liver.
Dude, if you
Your
buy
heart.
chicken breasts, right, and let's say you fry them up a little bit or cut them up, what I like to do is the tandoori chicken, right? So I cut up my chicken and then I let it sit in its marinade, right? The tandoori sauce marinade. Whenever I get a store-bought chicken versus one from the farm, after a few hours of sitting in that marinade, that bowl is full of fucking water with the store-bought one. It all comes out into that bowl, and it's basically like fucking soup. So my marinade is not even like sticking to it now. But when I get the farm ones, that doesn't happen.
Well, check this out. I talked to an old buddy of mine from my old hometown, and he went over to help a guy load out a load of hogs. And you got to sort them out because they got to be around 210 to 240 pounds. That's what the packing plan is set up for weight-wise. You get discounted if you send anything light or heavy. So anyway, he had hogs like 180 pounds. And he's like, hey, can you come back in 2 weeks so we can load these out? And my buddy I grew up with, he's like, what do you mean? That's going to take like 4 weeks or stuff. He said, the super feed that I can buy that's expensive will have these hogs grown out to 210, 220 in 4 weeks. My buddy's like, that's impossible, man. He's like, whatever chemicals they're putting in that food makes them do that.
Yeah, and the saline, Jay, is that's all salt water is saline.
Yeah.
Right.
But I'm talking about the chemicals too. I'd rather have salt water than the nitrates and shit.
Watching them pump these fucking chickens up, right? Just like you're blowing up a fucking balloon. I mean, that adds at least probably 6% of the weight in water.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And it looks I'll admit the bird looks much prettier, right? But again, you're now pumped full of water.
Yeah.
To look pretty, but you're selling me a fucking scam, right?
Yeah.
You're not selling me the natural chicken by its weight. You're now selling me a portion of it in water. How fucked am I getting? You know
Well,
what I mean?
okay, I got proof for you. This is proof. You look at the women and the men, say in the 70s and before, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now you look at the current men and women. Uh, Young girls got big boobs, and the guys are like fucking 7 foot tall. That's growth hormones that was introduced into the food supply in the 70s.
Well,
So now
on
you're seeing
top
the
of
end
that,
result.
young women that start puberty early, a lot of that has to do with body fat as well. And with the high grain diets that we're on that are causing us to get obese, right? And the high sugar,
Mm-hmm.
that's what's putting them into puberty younger, is because of their body fat mass is now saying she's heavy enough, she's plump enough, start pumping out children, right?
Well, it's the growth hormones that they're sticking in the hogs, cattle,
That too.
chickens.
Yeah, that
Do
too.
do you know, because of the confined chicken, they'll have 20,000 birds in one building. Do
Yeah.
you know the amount of antibiotics they have to pump in them to keep them alive because of disease and everything? So, honestly, I'm not shitting you. Everyone thinks it's healthier to go out and eat chicken. No, it's not.
No.
You're eating 3 times the antibiotics that you'd be eating from a cow.
And again, that comes down to how the bigger food processors, right, like Tyson and stuff,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
want their chickens handled or vaccinated, so they do herd immunity. They don't just take out a sick bird and then treat it. They treat all the birds all the time.
Well, yeah, they pre-treat them. They pre-treat them.
They pre-treat them. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, fucking dude, I met a girl when I was still in fucking high school. She had 2 older sisters that were fucking like roughly around that 6 foot mark. She was short and she was 9, and she weighed just as much as her sisters and started puberty at fucking 8 and had cans on her by the time she was 9 that were the size of fucking bowling balls almost.
It's the growth hormone in the cattle, hogs, chickens. It's the growth hormones, guys. I've seen it. They've pumped so much fucking growth hormones and antibiotics. You want to know why all these super bugs, bacteria is going on? Fuck, everything's been saturated with antibiotics.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Antibiotics and all kinds of fucking drugs get passed into the fucking system, right? You piss out most of them. That's just like the fucking birth control hormones. Most of them get urinated out and they end up in the fucking water supply, and they don't just come out naturally, right? Like through natural ground filtration over 100 years, it might separate it out, but our treatment plants don't get it out. Not a chance.
Your food supply has been gradually worsened since the 70s. I'll tell everybody, that's what I'm saying. I eat so clean now, but it's a bitch. You go try to find, Amish race, you got to go to where that shit's at,
Yep.
You ain't gonna, you're not gonna find an Amish market in Indianapolis, Indiana. You're not.
I don't know about that one. Hang on, I'm just trying to switch earbuds here.
Not Amish.
No, not Amish.
You'll find an Indian one. You'll find an Indian one.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a pack of cigarettes.
Yeah, outlaw. I mean, it's amazing people don't realize really the beef you buy in Walmart, Costco, all that shit. That's just old Holstein cows. that's been phased out of the milking.
Mm.
Hell, my brother told me 10, 15 years ago that he was hauling cattle that, like the Angus or the Herefords or any of the good meat, it gets shipped to Japan or someplace, Dubai. You know?
That is crazy.
Yeah. When you got a sheik over there or whoever, Salt Bay, when you got Salt Bay over there that wants, you know, a pure Angus ribeye that was grass fed in America, buddy, he's paying a hell of a lot more than you are at Costco.
Yep. Yep. Sad, man.
And like the ground beef, when they say Angus ground beef, seriously, they can throw a handful of ground beef in with fucking two old Holstein cows and say it's Angus now.
Golly, man. It's
You're
just,
not bad.
yeah, I mean, it is mind-boggling when you really take a step back and look at just how we've been fucked over the decades, man.
Well, think about this. Like, say back when, I don't know, 1930s, 40s, somewhere back in there, maybe even 50s, but your hot dogs was just the offcuts of meat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Tips here, you know, something from there. You don't want to know what's in it now.
Oh, God.
And that's
No.
what I'm saying. Brother, I've been down that road. Trust me. I've ate many a hot dog over the years, you know?
Mm-hmm. I've got a nephew that Jesus Christ, he eats the shit out of that stuff. And he's bigger than me. He's
It's all because
21.
it's the fucking chemicals and shit they're putting in it. Now, come
Yep.
on. Okay, if you give a hog growth hormones, you want that hog to develop quickly, right? And
Right.
put on weight and put on weight.
Mm-hmm.
So they give that growth hormone to that hog, and then Outlaw throws it on the grill and eats that pork chop. You're ingesting those growth hormones. It doesn't just, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's sick, man.
Yeah, there's no escaping it. There's no
Mm.
escape.
Mm-mm.
Like you were saying, the pink slime that they fucking put out there now. I mean, Christ, compared to like cereals and stuff, that's fucking small potatoes now.
Mm-hmm.
The poison they're putting in cereals and the fucking nerve of the fucking health administration to publish that fucking new what was it? The fucking food pyramid thing, right? Where they put fucking Fruit Loops or some shit above fucking beef on the fucking health charts.
Well,
Like, are you fucking serious? Or Skittles or some shit.
like, well,
Skittles.
you know what that is?
Yeah, they're
It's
trying to fucking sell.
It's psychological manipulation. It's to plant. It's to metaphorically plant seeds in people's hearts and minds that this stuff is dangerous, and the stuff that we make's more healthier for you. It's a trick of the mind. That's all it is.
Well, hey, look at what was his name? Amos Miller, I believe, the Amishman out on the East Coast, Maryland. So he was somewhere out there. I mean, they went after him, the FDA, and everybody went after him because of his raw milk. And he had no instances of anybody getting sick from his milk.
No,
Nobody got
they painted people's minds on it now.
Hundreds, if not thousands of people has bought this Amishman's raw milk, not pasteurized. It's out of the cow, cooled and shipped. And they still went after him.
Yep.
No public person filed a complaint. No public person filed a complaint.
Now it's illegal in like fucking 7 countries.
Mm-hmm. Well, look how hard. Chris, look how hard they come down on you. If, say, for instance, you want to butcher up your own cows or chickens or pork or whatever, you don't want to go through any of the middlemen and you want to sell directly to people. Look how hard they'll come down on you if they find out you didn't do this, you didn't give them these shots, you didn't.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
This
Yeah, you
red
bet.
tape.
Well, here's one for
Well,
you, Emperor.
why do you think they have to keep them tagged with numbers?
Yeah.
Well, here's one for you, Emperor. Look this up. This happened in the last 3 weeks, 2 weeks to 3 weeks. I think 2 weeks. Boar's Head, name brand processing, high-end deli cuts and all that bullshit. 3 people have died from listeria, and I don't know how many thousands have been illed.
And
3
is from
people
what?
have died. Boar's Head meat. Like, you can buy like Boar's Head bologna or Boar's Head. A lot of people's going to heard, whoever's in chat's heard of Boar's Head. It's everywhere. It's huge. But 3 people have died. And it's supposed to be a high-end meat. So you're paying high-end prices for what you think is a quality product and it could kill you.
Yeah. Hey man, the processing plants, right? They get fucking cross-contaminated and old fucking material in there all the fucking time. All the fucking time. They aren't the safest places to eat from. They just pay the right people to say it's all safe. That's all it is. Even the FDA is fucking admitted to. They take people who do processing for items at face value based on their own reports, right? And they don't get involved until something goes wrong, and then they investigate. But until then, your product goes out into the fucking market.
Well, Emperor, this is what gets me, is I've been in quite a few local butchers, you know what I mean? And saw how they did things. And then I've been in large processing plants, or at least parts of them, delivering livestock. Right. And I'm like, holy shit. This is where, this was back then.
Yeah, it hasn't improved. Just because everything's made of stainless steel doesn't mean it's clean.
I know. And some of these smaller shops, they're pretty fucking clean. They were clean back when, they're clean now. So,
yeah.
If you think I'm going to go out there and get a thing of Oscar Mayer bologna, you're nuts. You are fucking nuts. I'll go out there and eat the grass out in the front yard.
Yeah,
it's that bad, guys. It's that bad, guys. It's not.
I have seen restaurants that are fucking disgusting. Disgusting.
Well, that's just the restaurants. What about the food coming in? That's what I'm saying. No wonder people's getting so sick anymore.
The fucking, I'm sure most Canadians have heard of a place called the White Spot. Kind of one of their fancier, like, fucking dine-in joints, right? Yeah. The one down in Victoria, and I don't give a fuck what anyone else says. I know the smell. It smells like a rat's nest. The whole fucking building. So that means there were mice or fucking rats nesting in this building, and that's what you're smelling when you walk in. So,
I mean,
they're still using, like, well, I was going to say, mice are notorious for getting into stoves, right? Because of the insulation that's around there. And when they nest in there, your stove is now fucked. It will stink like that until you either remove the fucking material, clean it all out, put in new stuff, or you fucking just get rid of the stove, right?
Jump in here, Hemi. I want to hear about you working. I worked in a Chinese restaurant starting out, too. We might have stories, brother.
Well, think about the processing plants. I mean, with all these cockroaches and rats and stuff that fall into the mixtures and, you know, all that, they die on the assembly lines and shit like that. I mean,
they die on the assembly, Outlaw. I swear to you, if somebody gets a load of say somebody gets a load of turkeys from a Purdue building in Indiana, and it's got to go to Iowa to get processed. That's the reason the stock truckers, they don't stop at weigh stations. They boogie. You know, they don't have shutdowns, 30 minutes within a 12-hour day. They got to go because they got livestock. But I swear to you, it's like whatever, 8-hour trip, 7-hour trip, something like that. That chicken can be dead going on that truck.
Jesus Christ, man.
So to say that they haven't taken dead chickens off the ground in the building and thrown in there is ludicrous. And then that chicken can be dead from the time it leaves Purdue, Indiana, or the building in Indiana, to Iowa. And then they still process it, brother. I've seen it.
Well,
I've
like
seen
I said,
it.
man, they at least in them all work in that same type of fucking chicken farm that's up the road here, and they all do the same thing. They get broken legs, they get fucking things ripped off, right?
Hey,
that happens.
Hey, Outlaw.
They will die on the way in those cages and get processed still on the other side.
Hey, Outlaw.
Yeah.
You like pepperoni?
No.
Unfortunately, yes.
Only if it's on pizza, but I very, very rarely eat it.
Okay. You don't want to know how it's made.
Probably not.
Well,
Nope.
Years ago when I learned how cheese was made, I was like, at first it kind of grossed me out, and then I was like,
I don't get that one, JR. No,
Yeah, but
honestly, our
that's
food
cheese.
processing, the food processing that you're talking about is meat products. Just imagine how bad like crops and agriculture are. You know what I mean? They're sprayed with all kinds of things still, even though they're illegal for me and you to own, right? And to use, right? Like I can't get a herbicide or pesticide that works, right? I can't get it. It's illegal here, but the farm still can get it.
Yeah.
So they still get to use it. They get to spray your fucking. And I honestly, the dirtiest place I've ever fucking worked in, where I did an installation job, was a place called Feed Right. Feed Right handles all the grain that goes into like granola and granola bars and cereals and stuff like that. They're the main hub for you to drop your grain off, right?
Yeah.
Mice everywhere. Every fucking where. This is literally a banquet for them, of course, right? So fucking that's where it starts. Those mice go with it, right? And wherever they're making the granola bars or cereals and whatnot, the mice are there too. Yeah. Shitting all over everything.
Yep.
Everything. It ain't fucking any cleaner just because it's baked.
Well, we was talking about bugs a while ago. It's crazy how many products them bugs, crushed up beetles and stuff are in, like the red dyes. It's in a lot of candies and sodas and.
Hey, Outlaw, I worked in the livestock business, drank a lot of beer. I've drank more flies than fucking. I guarantee it. Shit.
Yeah.
There's a fly in my beer. Fuck that little son of a bitch. You just chugged the beer, brother. You just chugged the beer.
Jay, I don't know if you've ever seen that one clip from Yellowstone where they talk about how the vegans kill more fucking creatures than fucking any meat eater out there. Because that is the way it works. They kill everything. And even through the processing, like he's talking about with combines and stuff, not all animals get away. You know what I mean? They get sucked up in those fucking combines, and you get grains with red mist. It's like it's covered in Jolly Ranchers,
Hey, it'll wash off.
It'll wash off. Yeah. Yeah. And again,
it'll wash off.
I can't get something to kill goddamn pests on my fucking corn because the NDP and fucking liberals were like, well, this shit works and it kills the fucking creepy bugs that fucking eat the corn crops or whatever crops. So fuck them. Let them fucking starve. Let the prices of even corn. Dude, everybody said corn was cheap. Remember, Indy, I was telling you about the one guy that said, oh, corn is a waste of time to grow. Well, corn is going to hit $2 by the end of the fucking year. An ear. $2 an ear. Up from 50 cents to $1.10 right now. Okay? So by the end of the year, it'll be fucking $2. Paul Schmecker is trying to show me his sexy legs, so catch the OnlyFans version, guys. Schmecker, are you drunk? Oh, clip that. Clip that. There we go. Yeah.
Hey, the nails ain't painted, though. The nails ain't painted.
This is the free show, but if you want more, you got to pay.
I still think the nails should be painted. If you're going to go hard. If you're going to go with the paint.
Well, you know, them vegans kill me anyway. Talking about, I couldn't tell you in the last probably about a month or so, Facebook has hit my profile hard with vegan memes like, oh, please think of the feelings of the pig, or oh, the cow doesn't want to be food, or you don't need to be drinking milk from the cow. Like, who the fuck?
I don't think you should be drinking milk from the cow either, though.
Yeah, you get stepped on. Those fuckers hurt, and they're big animals.
Yeah.
But honestly, nothing kills more fucking creatures than vegans. Nothing. There's more blood on vegan hands than fucking Kellogg's has cornflakes. Okay, they fucking have to kill. And again, I'm not a farmer, right? I have a garden, and I need to kill things to save my fucking garden. I have to. Right? Otherwise, I get nothing. In the end, I'll end up with nothing. I'll end up with a fucking dead stalk and no crop, and all the time fucking wasted in it. But again, how like they said on the Yellowstone, how cute does something have to be before its life matters? Because clearly, to fucking grow all the fucking vegan shit out there, you have to fucking kill everything, man. Everything. Right?
Well, it's just so idiotic when you look at those products like the vegan cheese and the vegan chocolate and the vegan this, that, and the third. And it's like, how do people not understand that this shit is more processed with more chemicals than your average actual real food? Like, this stuff is heavily medicated with all kinds of chemicals. And
hey, Outlaw, I got a challenge for you.
Yeah.
Go out and get vegan sour cream.
Oh,
get a big old tablespoon of that shit and fucking chomp on it. Tell me how it tastes.
Oh my God.
Gross.
Now, I've had a vegan chocolate bar only because somebody wanted me to try a piece of it, and I like to throw up. That shit was nasty. It's like, what the fuck is this crap? I mean, you know, chocolate is started from cocoa beans anyway, so isn't it technically a vegetable anyway?
Yeah.
That's sugar.
Okay, so they don't mix in any milk products to basically make the fucking chocolate bar.
No.
Okay, guess what? I'm fine with milk products, I guess. And you know what? The cows are fine with it too.
But see,
if we didn't milk them, they would get infections in their udders all the fucking time, and they probably die from it.
Well, here's another people don't realize, and I hate to break it to people, but I'm releasing farm secrets. Groundbreaking stream, Emperor.
Okay, let's do this.
The Holstein cows that they milk, right?
Yeah.
And produce milk for everybody. Right. That cow has to be impregnated or some kind of injection to make her feel like she's pregnated to produce milk.
Oh, Lord.
They don't just keep producing them because you milk them.
Why am I wrong?
they have to cycle cows through, get them pregnant, or do something, inject them with hormones to make them, their body think that they're pregnant or have a calf on them.
Man, that's awful.
And so that's all these cows do is either get pregnant, have a baby, go back in milk, or get injected with shit. I think they got to rotate the injection because they get used to it. So they actually do have to get impregnated.
No, I know they don't lactate forever.
Yeah.
Right.
So guess where your veal's coming from, Outlaw? Guess where your veal's coming from?
Oh man.
Okay, I'm not cool with killing babies. I'm not.
That's veal.
I got to be honest with. I know. And when I found out what they do with the males at the chicken areas, yeah, I stopped liking it. They grind them up and turn them into fucking feed.
Yes, they matrix them.
Yeah.
With the thing with vegans is I understand, that the practices with a lot of this stuff could be a lot better or more humane, I guess you would say. But I still disagree with them as far as not wanting to eat them. They're delicious.
No, they're absolutely fucking delicious. Even those Holsteins that stop milking on, they're fucking delicious. Don't get me wrong.
I'm like,
they're delicious.
Well, see, you think. Well, here's the thing, though. You think they're delicious because meat used to be rare to humans. Come on, the poor people got what? Where do you think the black people got the ham hocks and all that shit? They got the off. They got the off pieces of the pigs for them to eat.
Yeah, the umbles.
Yeah,
that's where humble pie comes from. It's like fucking intestines and shit they didn't want.
Yep.
But the whole thing of it is, we've went from like the poor people back then eating the ham hocks and all that bullshit to now we're eating the ham hocks, and you don't even know it. Go get you one of those Oscar Mayer hot dogs in there. You're eating worse than ham hocks.
You're eating the anus.
I'll tell you,
yes,
and the ears.
Yeah, I'll tell you. In recent years, hot dogs have seemingly like they taste a lot worse than they really used to.
Mm-hmm.
They do. They seem like they have a much different taste. A few years back, I started noticing it with the hamburger meat. Like they just don't taste right anymore. Pops used to say that all the time.
Okay, so Trudy's cows, right? They are not dairy cows. So when she's getting ground beef, it is not the old Holsteins or anything.
No.
And her beef is super fucking lean to the point of being too lean. However, its taste is also more like taking a fucking steak and grinding it up.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Same fucking thing. So, I mean, all I've got is little bits of steak. It's just grind it the fuck up, right? They don't fucking put any of that weird shit in there. They just, like Indy was saying, they get the offcuts, right? They don't even keep any fat. It's almost fucking embarrassing. Like, add some fat to this fucking shit.
Well, here's something for you guys too to ponder. The eggs you get in the store, if I go up to Meijer to get a dozen eggs, those eggs have been out of that chicken for 3 weeks, if not more. But those eggs have been out of that chicken for 3 weeks. By the time you get them.
Smecker, I don't know if you were muted or not saying anything, but we haven't heard anything from your side. And here's the thing.
And it's been delightful.
Yeah, it's been delightful. But yeah, his eggs, he can leave them out because they haven't been washed.
Yeah.
They're fine right there.
My brother
need to be refrigerated when we get them from the store because that's all been washed off. Their natural coating is gone, right?
Yep.
And they will spoil.
Yep.
Now,
my brother
again, Paul, go back, Paul. show some of the size differences, because no eggs are exactly the same size, right? They got really small ones, some really big ones, some that may still have like, you know, parts that are not desirable essentially inside. Like the light inspection is great for eggs. Yeah, you can inspect them, and if there's anything like a blood clot in there and whatnot, you know, you can discard that egg.
Oh, that blood clot ain't gonna fucking hurt you.
No, it ain't gonna hurt you. I'm just saying it could be there, right? Like you might get a little chewy, but I personally like those, the little small ones. Boil them up and I add them to my noodles, man.
Yeah, when my brother
that's
gives
how
me,
I like them.
When my brother gives me the eggs from his hen house, I do the same thing Paul does. He brings them to me in a carton and tells me to put them out on the counter. You don't have to refrigerate them, and they're good.
Yeah.
Paul,
I love
them.
You have got an abundance of eggs, sir. An abundance.
He don't have enough eggs.
We picked up 5 cartons from Lisa's aunt yesterday, and I've already used a carton of them.
Paul, have you muted?
I think he's muted.
Yeah, guess so.
I didn't mute him. His mic is on, but I don't hear him. I heard rattling when he was at the eggs. But yeah, there is absolutely nothing wrong with any of that. You don't need to go through this processing fucking shit and end up with an inferior product. And people are learning that, thankfully, more every day. And again, I wish that, like, here in the park, I can't have chickens, right? The fact that I got a little garden is fine, but I can't have any livestock, right? Part of the park rules. But I would love to work out a deal with somebody where I could at least learn how to raise, say, even 10 chickens, right?
Yeah.
Just to get and I've been told it's a pain in the ass, and they're fucking nasty, and they're dirty, and they're fucking mean. Okay. So are cats. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So what? I ain't eating the cat, but I'll eat the fucking chicken when he pisses me off.
The Chinese will. The Chinese love the taste of pussy.
Okay, well, that's their problem. But
which I don't know. Which I don't know who the first Chinese was that picked up a pussy cat and was like, this motherfucker looks tasty.
Well, they eat dog too.
They eat rats too, don't they? Don't they eat rats?
Oh,
not in Chicago. Not in Chicago. The rats eat the fucking cats.
Yeah, the rats are so big in fucking New York and Chicago that they eat cats and dogs. Yeah.
Mr.
Well, hey, I've seen rats down at the Louisville stockyards, Louisville, Kentucky, stockyards. That, I mean, they were miniature schnauzer size.
Oh yeah.
Well, because they got so many growth hormones in the feed, and you got big stockyards, you got to still feed the animals, so you got to grow. So then the rats are eating the fucking growth hormones. They were some big motherfuckers, man.
Take a pistol out and start popping them.
Paul, are you still in the Discord?
I don't know.
Something happened. I just had to hit my screen. Something happened. Did you get in here?
Yeah, over here.
Yeah, he is. He's in Discord, so that's probably where his audio is.
Gotcha. Yeah, man. Dude, some of these chickens lay eggs that are fucking like damn near dinosaur size, for fuck's sakes. Some of them have 2 yolks. Some of them just have one little tiny yolk, but a huge egg and all white.
Man, I've seen some dogs and cats get that size. Man, they're fucking crazy.
Well, fuck, man, a fucking carton of eggs here is fucking like what, $7 now or some shit.
Oh no, shit!
That's crazy as hell.
For a dozen,
all that
for a dozen eggs.
There you go.
Yes.
$7 for a dozen eggs. Just raise chickens, man.
$7 for a fucking dozen of eggs. Okay,
just raise
so
chickens,
again,
man. Just raise chickens.
Okay, and like we were saying, if you can figure out like how to keep the cost down on the feed, even if you were just raising laying birds.
Well, think about it. Do you like rice? Do you like beans? right?
think-
When you make beans and rice for yourself, make some little bit excess, or even pasta, make a little
I
excess
think-
for your hens. Throw that shit
Yeah.
at them.
I
There
think-
goes all you got to have, plus any excess you're gonna fucking throw away anyway that you don't fucking use. There it goes.
I think the
Well,
That's how you
highest
feed your hens. Therefore, it's all done.
under
I
Biden's
actually recently learned about the noodle thing, that they'll eat edible noodles like crazy.
under Biden's administration, I think the highest I've seen eggs in the grocery store is about $5 or $6 a carton.
That's
like you're
fucking
talking.
insane.
U.S. dollars,
Fucking
not
insane.
Canadian. About $5 or $6,
Yeah.
$7, somewhere there in that range. Well,
Yeah.
milk went up. Milk was like nearly $4 or $5 a gallon too.
$4 or
Sweet.
$5 a gallon. It's fucking nearly $10 a fucking gallon
Yeah.
here, man. Holy fuck.
Well, that's probably about.
I miss, dude. I honestly, when I was in Wisconsin, and I know this was before the fucking new recession we're having, and before COVID, but like shopping at the local Piggly Wiggly, even without coupons, I felt like a kid in a fucking candy store, man. Apparently, people down even there don't actually grocery shop. You know what I mean? Like they'll eat out more often than they fucking will
Yeah.
fucking like make a meal. I
Yes.
could buy a small beef roast, not a huge one,
Chris,
for $5 fucking that fed all of us.
Chris,
Right?
I have family members. That will tell you to your face that it's cheaper to eat out than it is to cook at home.
That's fucking
That's
a lie.
insane.
That's a
They
goddamn
are. They're
lie.
fucking retarded. And the
That's
thing
a
about it
goddamn
is,
Sure,
lie.
if it's filet mignon
Can you hear
every
me?
fucking night or steak tartare or some shit like that, yeah,
Can you hear
maybe.
me?
yeah, I
Can you
can
hear
Yeah, I
me?
hear you.
I can hear you.
Can you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I had to fuck with Hemi.
Oh.
No,
Well, yeah.
no, Chris. The people down here in the U.S. are so goddamn lazy. They
Yes,
would
they
rather
are.
eat out. They would rather eat out, and they think that in their mind it's cheaper because. And the family members I was talking about, they go to Costco and Sam's Club and
Yep.
buy like $600 and $700 for groceries, whatever they spend, 4 or 5, whatever. And that's how they justify it. That's how they think that it's cheaper to eat out than to cook at home.
Well, again, I have seen it only in the U.S. where a huge fat family of 5 had 2 fucking shopping carts in Walmart, and it was
Yes.
full of fucking Schneider's TV dinner shit. Whole entrees
Yep.
of like turkey and gravy, mashed potatoes, and stuff
Yep.
like that. Everything was in a Schneider pack, and they had some potato chips and pop.
Well, here's the
Hundreds
thing.
of dollars, 2 carts worth. That's
Well,
all they fucking had.
Well, Chris, here's the
Yeah.
thing. The same family members I'm talking about, they can cook. They know how to cook. They just don't want to.
Yeah.
They want to
Well,
go
I mean-
to IHOP or they want to go to Olive Garden or
Well, these
McDonald's.
people never actually had to go hunt and fish and raise their kind of meat and raise their own shit in their orchards and their gardens.
Dude. And again, kids don't
I've done
learn
that.
this on
I've
their
done that
own.
willingly. Now, look,
Yeah.
I've done it willingly. You know what? The stores are still there, but like willingly doing that stuff and be like, hey, the stores there just in case because of whatever. When
Exactly.
it's an amazing thing to be like, hey, man, my pigs, and my chickens and my quail and my rabbits and my fish that I raise in containers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And my chickens, my rabbits, and the goddamn all the fruits and vegetables I raised help, offset me going to the fucking store. It's like, really? Okay. What is wrong with that, right?
Well,
Plus,
I mean,
Major shit wrong.
life feeds off life anyway. So if you're trying to get fucking hard on people about, hunting and fishing and stuff like that to provide for themselves, get the fuck out of here, man. Really?
dude, my former sister-in-law, right, had 2 young kids that were around my kids' age, right? They wouldn't eat anything that wouldn't come out of a microwave. Now, these kids didn't fucking develop that on their own. they learn that from their parents because A, she's a lazy bitch,
Yes.
and B, her husband wouldn't do it either.
Wow.
If it didn't come out of the fucking microwave or a pre-made package, he wouldn't fucking eat it.
That's it.
That's him teaching those
That's
kids.
bullshit. That's bullshit.
I know somebody that's like
Down
that.
nuggies, down nuggies, you know.
She's in her early 20s, 19, 20 years old, and she believes that. She will not eat anything that don't come out of a box.
Yeah, they're fucking disgusting, lazy people. That's what it is. It starts with laziness and convenience. Then it goes to now that's all I want to eat because I'm so lazy and that's so convenient and I've developed a taste for it. Right?
Yeah.
Dude, have you ever heard of the show called Freaky Eaters?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
There was people on there that would eat nothing but potato chips, nothing but French fries, like nothing. And they would like vomit to fucking like smell a carrot. It's like, are you fucking retarded? What is damaged in your brain cells where a carrot smells delicious or disgusting? You know what I mean?
Chris, a lot of it is this generation not being told no. Right?
Yeah.
When we were kids, my mother would literally tell me, if you don't eat what's on your plate, you're not eating.
Yes.
I'm not eating nothing else.
Yeah.
My mom would tell me that.
I had my grandmother and mom tell me that.
And you know, like a kid, I'd sit there and pout until I went in there and ate my dinner. But later on in life, I learned why. You know, eating green beans and black-eyed peas and cornbread. I mean, these kids have no idea. They're just
outlaw. Have you ever snapped peas?
I have, yeah.
That sucks.
I have too.
Yeah.
Sitting there with a bunch of old people snapping peas. You're a kid. You're sitting there. I'm fucking with these old people snapping goddamn peas.
Yeah, man.
I've done it a few times, yeah.
But hey, you brothers, I want to show you something y'all helped out earlier this year, man. This is my doggo that broke this leg right here, right?
All back in one piece.
Back in March, y'all did that fundraiser for her.
Hey, smack her upside the head. I want something for my money. See, I got it.
Right?
Oh,
he gonna bite your ass.
Yeah, she gonna bite me. She'll bite her sister all the time.
You gotta fuck with the dogs
all the time, but you know.
If you don't fuck with the dogs, they don't know they love you or you love them. You gotta fuck with them.
Yeah, this leg she broke about right here, actually. And y'all came together and fucking gave me money, man. Tell me fucking pay for that shit and keep asking me fucking homeless that month, man. I still appreciate all y'all for that, man. I really do. I really do.
You talking about homemade beef stew, vegetable stew with ground up cornbread in that joker? You talking about a meal right there, son.
Outlaw.
Hey,
what's your name? Fried cornbred.
Good Lord.
What's your name?
Daisy.
Daisy, go shit in the kitchen now.
If I sleep too long, she will.
On his pillow.
If I sleep too long, she will.
Hammy, listen to this one, Hammy. See that pillow behind you? See that pillow behind you? Wait till he's out of the room.
Need all the sand.
He's like, cuz I'm fixing to find a shoe and I'm fixing to lay a turd off in that joker.
Yes.
Oh man, the dog's coming over there to help its buddy. Look.
Piss on his leg. Piss on his leg.
What's up, brother Smurf?
He's like, bro, I'm watching
man,
you.
like honestly, like I've said many times, I know the cities they'll turn into fucking zombie land, but I pity the fuckers that live in there. They can't even fucking like find a fucking grocery store. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like some of these cities don't even have a fucking grocery store where you could even buy a fucking piece of fresh fucking produce or something. You know, everything is a bagged or processed or fucking slathered in sugar and dehydrated. It's fucking gross. Even like I said, even here, like our crops, corn, potatoes, and fucking carrots and all that. I mean, yes, they use pesticides on them all the fucking time, right? They spray the ground with the same solution that I used on some of the weeds around the garden. That I found out is just it lingers. They say it washes away in the rain. Well, no, it lingers in the fucking soil, right?
What was that here?
It's a neutralizer that kills everything.
What was that here a few years back with Roundup causing cancer in people?
Glyphosate.
Yeah.
Glyphosate.
Glyphosate.
Had
Yeah.
a big deal about
Glyphosate is the cancer-causing agent, and there was a groundbreaking lawsuit of a gardener out in California that used Roundup all the time. Well, he absorbed it through his skin, and it ate him up with that. He was dead by the time the lawsuit was over. But
God.
they won against Monsanto. I'm sure everyone's heard of Monsanto. They won at like $14 billion gazillion, something like that. Well, then shortly after that, Monsanto sold out to Bayer. They still got to pay it, but you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Monsanto went to Bayer, and they're still selling the glyphosate. It is you know what I mean?
Bill Gates' fucking lab-grown meat is cancer cells.
Yeah.
That's how they get them to divide endlessly, is they're using a cancer cell. So now you're going to eat a cancer cell.
Yes,
What do
I
you think
did
the
a video
fucking
on
risk
that.
on shit like if you get yes, cancer cells generally don't cross the species barrier, right? But if you disrupt cancer cells, and this is where like cutting cancer out is not always a great solution because of the fact that you can leave it in there and the cells can break off and then spread around the whole body. We had that happen with one of our dogs, right? He had a lump removed, and 6 months later he was covered in lumps because they left pieces that they didn't quite get. They broke off and they just kept dividing, and they found a place to settle and still use the natural minerals and stuff they needed to keep dividing, and they spread cancer throughout the body. Now you're going to eat cancer cells. Even if by some miraculous miracle this cancer cell doesn't fucking find a niche in your colon, right? Who's to say that it's not going to happen though? Right? There's no long-term testing to see if fucking eating goddamn cancer cells from this lab-grown meat is an actual good idea at all. You know what I mean?
Well,
sounds good in principle. I mean, meat that fucking never stops growing. Great. What if it gets in your body though, and now you develop tumors? Right?
Yeah. Well, my question is, I did a video on that not long ago, that cancer cell meat stuff. But my question is, while they're talking about it there, what is the other hand doing? Like, what have they already done to the food that we've already got in circulation that we don't know about?
Just like Monsanto's, I mean, they're pumping out fucking all kinds of fucking material that are basically covered in these fucking carcinogenic agents.
Yeah.
Right? Even down to the meat, like Indy was saying, like that stuff lingers in the meat. Now it's in your body. Now your body's absorbing said fucking product, right? Or fucking chemical, or a fucking derivative of it. The body only breaks down certain things. Others it tries to flush out or get rid of, right? What if it's something that will not get broken down and will not fucking be removed? Let's say it gets stuck in your liver or, something like that. And then it starts traveling around the bloodstream. It's just like the fucking, they're all worried about microplastics, right? Not a fucking real big stink about fucking chemical agents though. Straight up. Right? Like even fucking receipts, man. Receipts have in their dye is a chemical that can leach into your body through contact with your fucking skin. And nobody knows the long-term effects of it.
Mm.
We don't know because there are no long-term studies on it. We do know, though, that if you hold a receipt that has these fucking dyes in it, in the ink, it's now in your fucking bloodstream. What will it do? We don't know.
Well, Char bringing it up right here in this comment. That's why the medicinal industry is so deadly over here in the West, keeping people sick. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. That's why people get so sick and keep these doctors in rotation, keeping these people employed, right? Making all these billions of dollars every year. It's what it is.
Yeah.
They
Hey, I'll
they
smoke
study
my
us.
cigarette.
We are somebody famously said it, Chris, and I can't remember who said it, that we are the experiment. We are the lab rats in all this. Human beings. We are. They study us. They know the body. They know what affects the body and don't.
Well, a lot of the times, though, they'll put stuff in, and then because there's no data to back it up, they can't say it's harmful in long terms or not.
Sure. Yeah.
Right? I mean, if you don't have any data on it, you don't have any data on it. They're going to roll it out no matter what. Consume the product. We'll see what happens to you in 50 years, or if your kids are born with 3 eyes, or whatever the case may be. Right?
Well, see, that's my argument with the growth hormones. If they started putting the growth hormones and all that bullshit in the livestock feed, and when you're raising them, then that's going to go to the populace. And to me, I think that they looked at it like, hey, if we get these women developing quicker and this, that, and the other, even more promiscuous, then we're going to have more kids and, more tax base. You see how big this could get?
Oh, of course.
Like you said, we could be an experiment for 30, 40 years.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
What is this? What is this? Okay, we're in 2000, so 70s would be 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
So the shit started when I was young. They're starting to get the data off of it now.
Yeah, we are the experiment. I firmly believe that. They've got it figured out down to a science. I mean, keeping these medicinal industries afloat and keeping people sick without actually curing them.
Well, I mean, we know that the grain industry paid to fucking have the food pyramid printed the way it was printed, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
In order to sell more fucking grain. And, Indy, like you were saying, look at the fucking photos and videos of people in the 60s and 70s, right? And now look at them today. They're obese as fuck.
Well,
most of us eat so many grain products, it's not even fucking funny.
Well, what I've noticed is that the women got developed quicker and the guys got so goddamn tall. But then later in life, the women are blowing up like ticks.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like they're relatively fit through good breeding years, but after that, they fall to fucking pieces.
I mean, look at fucking kids, man, before they're even in their teens, fucking obese as fuck.
True.
Some of that does come down to the parents, obviously, because the parents overfeed them or fucking don't say no or feed them all the worst fucking things. Like I said, kids don't come out with these traits with them. They're taught these things, right? Just like my fucking ex-sister-in-law and her husband, they taught their kids to eat nothing but what comes out of a fucking microwave because laziness, stupidity, whatever the case may be. But it was still taught to those children. right?
Mhm.
Those people that I saw at Walmart, they are teaching their children how to fucking eat. Plain and fucking simple. And I swear to Jesus, guys, the kid, the youngest boy who was maybe fucking like 9, 10 years old, right? Again, he was very tall, like you're saying, Indy, but
Yep.
he was probably fucking like 280 fucking pounds at 9.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Every
9
fucking one of
years
them.
old?
Dad, mom, 2 sisters, and the fucking young son, all of them fucking, 300-pound plus, except for the youngest boy.
Good Lord.
The other ones had to be all 300 pounds. Had to be. And again, fucking Stogers. Blue boxes right to the fucking top and 2 grocery carts with a couple of
Yeah.
sodas and fucking potato chips.
Yeah.
That potato chip was probably the healthiest thing they'd ever fucking eaten. That's sad to fucking say.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And this is not an accident. This is on purpose. This is profitable. It's not only profitable for the people selling the fucking crap food, right? Laced with all kinds of fucking artificial sweeteners and salts and shit like that to make it taste good. But the medical industry benefits too, because like you said, they're now selling you fucking insulin. They're selling you a fucking double bypass at fucking 20. They're selling you fucking liposuction. They're selling you fucking fucking intestinal bypasses, right? The medical industry just fucking loved it. It's like they all came together and said, hey, we're going to make the world the way we want it to profit the most. And here we go.
Yep. It's all
Go
about the
eat some-
Benjamins.
Yeah, go eat
Yep.
some fucking carrots or something. I don't fucking know.
Kale.
Kale.
Yeah.
I need into the kale. I mean,
I've
I
heard
haven't tried
mixed stuff
kale
about
chips
that.
yet, but they look good.
I've heard mixed stuff
Okay.
about kale.
It's kind of a very unpleasant plant. But yeah, yeah.
Well,
it's
you
a
have
strong attack.
you have the goddamn Western tongue. You know, you could at least go Mediterranean. You know.
Yeah.
Oh, the weirdo's back.
Which
Hey,
weirdo?
Saunders.
Oh
He-
God!
Saunders.
Don't let him
Well-
on. Don't let him
well,
on.
JR.
That's okay.
JR.
I got a new foot starter to replace him. So
Well, JR talks about
Paul is
eating.
definitely on board.
JR talks about eat the bugs, and I've said it before. This is, to me, this in my opinion, this is how they're going to normalize it. They're going to tell people, when they start coming out with a lot more emboldened, talking about they put it in the products. They're like, yeah,
Yep.
but you've been eating it for years. You've been
No
eating bugs
shit.
in your candy and drinks and all that for
Yeah.
years.
I've been
That's how they're
drinking
gonna
bugs in my
normalize it.
beer all 55 years.
They'll come out with the ingredients. Say, look, we've been putting it in your products for years.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you have a problem now with it, people? And then people
Well-
are just going to accept it.
Hey,
We'll see it.
Sorry, go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Well,
I was just going to tell. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you go.
You go.
Fuck you.
We're doing this Chip and Dale shit.
God damn
You
it.
go. You go, sir. No, it would be rude for me to go. You go. No, I insist.
Okay. So they were recently, the whole eat the bug thing is a new phenomenon that they're trying to push, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yet now they're going around and finding products in stores that are using different terms, different wording for the exact same product as basically like bug powder, right? Only they're calling it under another term, a term that's very unfamiliar to most people, right? But when you know what to look for, you'll start seeing it in fucking all kinds of products. And one of the big one was there is a milk substitute, right? That is basically crushed up and dyed fucking bug shell, right?
Mhm.
And they're mixing it in with protein shakes.
Yeah.
So
There's
protein shakes are now coming with a fuck ton of goddamn fucking bugs in it. As
Well-
a not as an accident, as a product.
Right, but what I was going to say real quick though, if you look at any manufacturing plant, I don't care if it's Pepsi,
Mhm.
Frito-Lay, or any of those, they have an allowance for so many mouse turds, so many this, so many that, all through it. It's like they have a level
Yeah.
that you can't have contamination. There's a level of and people don't know this, but yeah, your Pepsi could have 0.3 mouse turd in
Yep.
it.
Why do you
just
think all granola bars come with a protein percentage, even though none of the fucking bars have anything that has protein in it? The protein is from fucking spiders and shit, flies, mouse turds, whatever the case may be, even whole fucking mice. Yeah.
Well,
they call it
somebody,
contamination.
somebody in the chat a while ago pointed out that peanut butter has ground up bugs in it. That's what them black speckles are when you eat peanut butter. I don't know about that, but
I don't have black speckles in my peanut butter.
Yeah, I've seen a couple where there's like sort of bits in there, but it still looks like it could be just natural shell of the peanut. Right?
could be, yeah.
That's what is that coating that's inside the shell? Sorry, the felt or something. They have a word for it.
Yeah, can't think of what it's called.
But
Yeah,
hey,
Arbero.
in a fucking big goddamn grinder, sure. Fucking
Yeah, I
flies
believe-
and bugs fucking land on that shit.
Yeah.
They want to eat that too.
Sure.
You know?
Hey, Outlaw.
Yeah.
You there?
Yeah.
I got one for you. When we got the cow, we cleaned out the freezer, pulled everything out. I found a pound of ground beef that was 2+ years old. Okay.
And yes,
2+ I brought it up here. I made taco shit out of it.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was fine. Now, did you eat some Vienna sausages that
yeah, you ate some canned Vienna sausages that went through sterilization.
how out of date was that?
Okay, so
No, how out of date?
Well, I'm fixing to tell you. So in 2022, we went to a
22.
church that was giving out a bunch of canned stuff for Christmas, and they wanted to give us a bunch of that Vienna sausage for Christmas for 2022. The stuff was already out of date when they gave it to us by August to December of 22 when we got it.
What? How much time is that?
So that's like
Well, when we
6 months.
When we first got it, it was already 4 months out of date, something like that.
Okay,
When I
plus
ate
4.
that,
Plus 4.
Right. When I actually pulled that stuff off the shelf and tried it, which was months later, I guess it was getting close to about 9 months, 10 months.
See, that shouldn't be bad for Vienna sausages, though. But I'm just saying, but that was a fresh cow. You know what I mean? That was one I had gotten that was farmer butchered and put in a freezer.
Mm-hmm. It went bad. Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that the ground beef that you get, if you can, from a farmer and get it in your freezer is good 2+ years. Might not taste the best, but you know what I mean? And your Vienna sausage went bad in 9 months? Fuck.
I don't know where they got it from because I'd never heard of the brand before. But what happened was I guess it was already out of date, that Christmas by several months. And then what I did was I ate a lot of it at one time because those cans were like real tiny, right? So there's probably
but
three in each can,
still.
something like that. Yeah, and then I ate it with crackers and stuff like that, and then it wasn't no time
That shouldn't mess you up that bad.
Got fucking food poisoning from it, dude.
Well,
Oh.
that's what I'm saying. And so if anybody tells you that, oh, that ground beef's been in there for a year, it ain't no good.
Mhm.
Bullshit. If it's I mean, not shit from Meyer, if you get from butcher.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with like the eggs and shit.
Mhm.
Yep.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. I don't know where the church got all that food from, because it wasn't just the Vienna sausages. It was a bunch of shit that they gave us for Christmas that year, and a lot of people. But it was the sausages that I had just ate that night, and then the next morning, man, it made my body feel like I was aching
Yeah.
all over. Couldn't sleep, couldn't get comfortable, throwing up, diarrhea.
Yeah,
It was
food
bad.
poisoning.
Here's the
Yeah,
thing: canned goods, right? They go through a process of sterilization after they're canned. That's
Mhm.
supposed to kill everything. Very rarely does that not actually happen, and yet it still fucking happens. And when it does happen, it's generally fucking fatal, because botulism's no fucking joke, motherfucker.
Fuck no.
And you're very lucky that you only got sick and didn't fucking die.
Yeah.
Just FYI. But guess what? My
Mhm.
fucking bottled beets up there, right?
Mhm.
Which are delicious, by the way, that I made for the first time like last year. They could sit there on that shelf for fucking 10 years and probably be fine.
So,
Just
needless
saying.
to say, I don't eat Vienna sausages anymore.
I wouldn't either.
No,
Well,
I-
to
I
be
had to.
to be honest with you, when my grandmother died, we went down in her cellar and shit, and I
Love
know she had tomatoes that had to be canned 5 years plus. And I'm telling you that was the best, canned stewed tomatoes. I'm telling you, 5 years.
5 years old.
Good grief.
And you know what? Again, because it's a part of the fucking propaganda and the goddamn shill that they want you to fucking not be self-sufficient. Let's remember that fucking Facebook actually banned a group for teaching how to preserve vegetables and jams and things like that because of health food risks.
Hey,
Just
I,
remember that.
I'm a few beers in, so I'm just gonna go ahead and say this. I've ate some old shit, and it never killed me.
Mm.
But those Vienna sausages, they'll get you every time.
Well, it wasn't just them. I had to quit eating like potted meat. I quit eating spam. I mean, that shit was giving me high blood pressure, man. I'm like, no, I can't eat this.
Well, going back on what Indy was saying about hot dogs, okay? Like,
Yeah.
I was working some long hours when I first moved up to Kid Scotty, right? And I was tired all the fucking time. I lived alone, and the convenience store was out in front, and they always had those fresh bulk fucking hot dogs, right? So I would grab some of those, and most of the week, like, I would have hot dogs and pierogies. In 2 months, I put on about 35 fucking pounds, and I was hardly eating, really. You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't eating a lot, but this was the primary fucking intake of my diet, right?
Yeah.
And I blew up like a fucking bear. It's fucking, honestly, to get the further away from processed foods, the fucking better. Let's face it.
See, that's my thing, because they put the nitrates and this, that, and the other. I can't remember the rest of them because I'm about half drunk. But it's just preservatives. So when you consume those nitrates and all that, all you're doing is embalming your body, guys. I'm telling you. Processed meats, all you do when you eat them is you're embalming your body. So just imagine you die and they stick the shit through you so you don't rot. That's what you're doing.
Yeah.
Wow.
And you know what, JR, that could have very well been a factor too. I mean, overwork, undersleep, stress, it all fucking, I should say a lack of sleep and stress, it all factors into fucking like body fluctuations. It's not even always weight gain. It could be weight loss, right?
Mhm.
But usually it's gain. Even the other year when I was first diagnosed with diabetes, right? Prior to being diagnosed, I mean, I was eating fresh out of the garden and stuff. A big part of me fucking felt excellent because I was losing that little bit of weight, right? And I
Yeah.
fucking figured like this has got to be at least partially a product of getting away from processed shit, home cooked again almost every night, right?
Mhm.
And later, yes, we did find out it was diabetes that was killing me. What do you know? Right? But again, when you're told the fucking narrative that, hey, diabetics gain a bunch of weight. So like Lisa's brother Mike gaining as much weight as he did, he was dead set for diabetes, right?
Mhm.
Type 1 is very different. So again, they never really even tell you the difference or like make it, as well as known knowledge as type 1 diabetics lose weight, type 2 diabetics gain weight. Right?
Mhm.
They never say that. They always talk about the weight gain. Again, I wouldn't have thought I had diabetes until I looked up the symptoms that had to do with my numb feet and dry tongue, right? Which were two of the symptoms of type 1 diabetes. I never would have thought of it because, again, you're supposed to be either born with it or you get it during like elderly years, right? They never
Yeah.
mention the fucking genetic fucking one-offs, which are probably more common than we think. You never fucking know. Anyway, guys, we've been going over for over 4 hours now.
Yeah.
I gotta eat something before I die. It's 11 o'clock here, so I gotta figure out something quick. But I appreciate you guys all coming and hanging out for as long as you did, and as many of you as actually came tonight. Pretty awesome of you.
Hell yeah, bro.
Like I said, I'm hoping to get back tomorrow night, but my buddy should be here now. He should be up at Leonard's. And I kind of want to address tomorrow night, if possible, the whole thing that is going on in India from his point of view. It ain't looking good around the world. So it's well past time to get some fucking skills and maybe even drop a few pounds if you can. Learn some fucking growing fucking techniques. Learn something. Wasting time on nothing is fucking has no value. But if you're learning something, you're learning something.
Can I
try to
comment?
learn something. Yeah,
Can
go
I
ahead.
comment on the Bangladesh?
Yeah, go ahead.
The prime minister or whatever that bitch is, they evacuated and went to India.
Did
they
she?
went to India. Yes,
Wow.
they bugged out and went to India.
Yeah, literally when it happened. They didn't even know the
Yeah.
strength
Yep.
of the fucking force that they were going
Yep.
up against. They just
Yep.
fucking bailed.
Yep.
That's your
They
government.
They got
That's your
suitcases
government.
of money and ran towards Chiapas.
Yeah. And you know what? Justin Trudeau went on vacation. And nobody was getting beat to death in the streets. He just didn't give a fuck. If you started beating people to death in the street, they'd run off too. They would run off. So anyway, guys, yeah, it's been a great stream. Sorry about all the bad news, but hopefully some of the conversations, made up for it. And of course, there's always that new advertiser I'm hoping to pick up called Get a Brain. And I think you should all get one if you need one.
Hell yeah, man.
Not this weirdo, though. I like him the way he is.
Now, I have a question about Get a Brain.
Yeah.
I have a question. So if they're incapable of having a brain or something of that nature, will it just kill them?
No, but don't go to your doctor because they'll lie to you and tell you don't need one.
Well, what I'm thinking is if you give them to them and they're incapable of having a brain, then they just drop.
Well, that could happen. Their minds could overload once they got one.
See, that's what I'm saying. Some adverse effects.
Yeah. Okay. There's definitely adverse effects. I mean, let's face it. If you gave a liberal who's part of the hive mind an actual fucking working brain, they'd probably suicide out. You know what I mean? It would be overwhelming for them, and they'd kick it, right?
Well, really, I was expecting at the end of that commercial to have like a minute and a half of side effects and disclaimers and everything going down, like late night TV. You know what I mean?
Well, they said diarrhea was a possibility.
Well, yeah, but there's got to be more side effects.
There's a few. There's a few.
Undocumented
anyway, guys. Undocumented. Yeah, we're doing testing. They're in the testing phase. Looks like we lost Outlaw. Well, that's all right. And again, guys, if you want to throw a couple bucks in the kitty, the PayPal is always in the channel's description, and it's always appreciated because they're harder to come by every day. So it all helps out. But thanks for being here, and I am going to sign out. Any final thoughts, or were you good on the whole side effects?
Just get ready, guys. The shit that's happening over in the UK and everything like that is basically the migration coming in, overriding the laws of the people per se, and the government's like, hey, this is okay. It's going to happen here. It will happen here. It will happen in Canada. It will happen here. It will.
Well, I mean, those same students that are doing their thing in fucking Bangladesh are the same students that are like ours here that are protesting outside the fucking schools and stuff now. What's to stop them from fucking saying, hey, let's kick it. Let's kick it Canada style, baby. Start fucking murking people. Absolutely well, that's fucking nothing.
And that's what I'm saying, that when the balloon goes up, it's going to get bad. If you can get medical training, that would be great.
And learn to swing an axe.
Well, I understand that, but Amper, I'm going to promote medical training, know how to put on tourniquets and this, that, and the other. Because if somebody next to you gets their leg blown off and you can get a tourniquet on it, yeah, he might lose his leg, but you still have a able-bodied person to do something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. However, if you're being jumped by a mob, you go down, I ain't coming back for you. Unless I'm armed. I'll take the mob on if I'm armed. Fuck yeah, let's do that.
Well, you can still shoot a gun with a tourniquet on. You can.
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Mm.
Get together, guys. Build fucking groups.
Yep.
Call them whatever you want. Fishing and gun clubs, fucking chess groups. You can't call them militias here in Canada because the militia is illegal. Gangs are not illegal, though. Just FYI. Gangs are not illegal in Canada. It's just what type of gang are you? You know what I mean? Yeah. Rod and gun clubs. Very popular now. Just, maybe leave out the rod part. Anyway, I'm out for tonight. Thanks, Brother Indy, and everybody that came on. And we will talk to you again soon, hopefully tomorrow night.
Be safe.